Good morning, everyone. We're going to get started here in a moment, so take your virtual seats. All right, welcome everyone to day 5, the penultimate day of our November meeting. It's Highly Migratory Species Management Day. And before we get started, let me turn to Executive Director Chuck Tracy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure I see Washington Fish and Wildlife on here yet. Is somebody from WDFW in the seat yet? Just want to confirm that before we get going too far. I think I can start my comments. So, which are brief. We are on schedule. We've got HMS business and some administrative matters this afternoon. So don't expect any changes in the agenda for today. We've got a half-day business planned for tomorrow with membership appointments and COPs and future council meeting agenda and workload planning. So those would be the only things for tomorrow. So with that, Mr. Chair, I think we are pretty much ready to go. Again, I want to see if we've got somebody from ODFW here. I don't see Corey, Heather. So I don't know if you want to give them a moment to appear here.
Let's give them a moment. And I don't know if there was a delegation meeting this morning or not, but maybe another member of the Washington delegation, if they know something, maybe they can fill us in.
With Phil being the operative word there.
Or Butch.
I have my hand up.
Phil, you have a...
Phil, go ahead. I'm sorry I didn't see your hand. I was scrolling the list.
Yeah, we just concluded our delegation meeting here at about 6 or 7:55-ish, so I would expect Corey to be on in any second.
Well, let's give it another moment. Are we expecting Corey to be in the WDFW seat for this?
Yeah.
Well, we'll give it to 8:05, and if he's not here by then, we'll get started.
Well, looks like he made it.
Welcome, Corey. We're very happy to see you. Chuck, are there any further announcements, or am I ready to turn the gavel over to Brad?
I have no more announcements, Mr. Chair.
All right. I will turn the gavel over to Brad Pettinger to take us away on HMS.
All right. Thank you, Chair Grolnick. And good morning, everyone. Kit, you want to get us started here on I-1?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Certainly. And I will immediately pass this on to Mr. Ryan Wolf to give the NMFS report. There is a supplemental written report in your materials.
Okay, right.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. One moment here. I'll be summarizing as best I can in supplemental report 1 here. Since the council took final action on authorizing deep set buoy gear at its September 2019 meeting, our staff have worked with the state of California to identify existing data for a preliminary analysis of who would qualify under the council's limited entry qualifying criteria. And in doing so, this work highlighted a need to more fully consider connections between the ongoing action of monitoring and issuing deep set buoy gear EFPs, and then the planned action to issue the limited entry permits. In Amendment 6 to the HMS FMP, the council refers to quote unquote deep set buoy gear EFP holders in the qualifying criteria for limited entry permits. So as you can see in this report, we highlight some concerns with this terminology. For example, it's been customary practice for NMFS to list more individuals' names on the EFP than may be listed on the corresponding application reviewed by the council. Individuals listed on the EFP can include applicants or managers, vessel owners, operators, or alternate operators. In some instances, those roles may all be one individual, but it's also the case that those roles can be filled by multiple individuals. So when considering buoy gear fishing experience criteria, NMFS observer records do names of operators and vessels for fishing days, and they don't always include the names of the original EFP applicants or the managers. So we just have some questions on the council's intent here, whether fishing effort criteria could only be met by operators listed on observer records, or could be met by other names listed on the EFP for which vessels listed were observed fishing. We also note here that the language in the council's adopted FMP amendment language differs slightly from that council FPA, which was adopted in the same motion. The final preferred alternative, which was based on the council's preliminary preferred alternative with one small amendment, refers to quote unquote EFP recipients. However, the FMP language refers to quote unquote EFP holders. And so we're a little bit concerned with implementing this and without some clarification from the council on the term EFP holder. We have some other concerns or things to highlight that we've flagged in the report, especially in our attempts to match our EFP records to these limited entry qualifying criteria. We note that our practice of adding and removing operators from EFPs could affect the pool of qualified applicants. We also touch on the council's use of the term sets for qualifying fishing efforts versus potential for fishing days as a better measure of fishing experience. And then also highlight the fact with changes in required observer coverage, whether or not it's still in the council's interest to specify 10 sets and or 10 fishing days with respect to one of the tiers, and give some explanation of why and why we think it would help to have some clarification. Lastly, NMFS has some concerns regarding the council's interest in issuing the permits to quote unquote persons as defined in 50 CFR 660.702. Because that includes corporations, partnerships, and other entities rather than individuals. For tier 1 and 3, it's unclear whether NMFS is to qualify fishing experience of individuals, persons, or both. And all other tiers in the council's qualifying criteria clearly regard individuals as the potential qualifiers. So again, another issue we think that could help with some clarification from the council. So for all of these reasons, In summary, what we are recommending is that the council schedule some time at its March agenda to help further provide guidance and clarify the limited entry qualifying criteria in its adopted FMP language. As we prepare our proposed rule, NMFS must clearly define the terms used in that qualifying criteria and assure that there are records to validate decisions about who qualifies. We also note the 1-year time frame described in the FPA is pretty tight for NMFS to be able to receive applications for permits, determine qualifiers, provide qualifiers an opportunity to correct data, issue permits, and then resolve any appeals before running the process iteratively in the following year. So again, for all these reasons, I think it would be really helpful to have an agenda item in March to clarify this, and wanted to conclude with noting that we think that in doing so, that will not result in considerable delay in overall authorization of the gear. Thank you, Vice Chair. That concludes my report.
Yeah, thank you, Ryan. Questions for Ryan on the NMFS report? Okay, thank you, Ryan. With that, we'll go to the advisory panel. And Dave Rudy. Dave, are you there?
Yes, good morning, council members. So I have a fairly quick report. The advisory subpanel was reviewed and discussed the materials submitted by National Marine Fishery Service for this agenda item. We agree that receiving clarification on the issue raised by National Marine Fisheries will be helpful as deep set buoy gear authorization moves further along. We support National Marine Fishery Service recommendation that council schedule some time on its March agenda to provide further guidance, clarify limited entry qualifying criteria in its adopted fishery management plan language, or both. We also believe that scheduling an advisory subpanel and management team workshop before the March meeting would be helpful in focusing our work.
Okay. Questions for Dave? All right. Thank you, Dave.
Thank you.
Okay, and so I think that's all the reports we have. So we'll go straight to public comment. We have 4 people signed up. We have Chugi Sepulveda, followed by Teresa Labriola. Chugi, are you there?
I believe so.
Please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, great. So, dear Council, I think most of you know my name, but I'm Chugi Sepulveda. I'm the fisherman and researcher that designed, trialed, and submitted the first deep set buoy gear EFP in 2015. I have 2 active EFPs currently, and on both of them, I'm listed as the EFP holder, the same title as all other captains participating in the exempted trials. As an EFP holder, I signed up to assume full responsibility of the entire group's actions. I am also responsible for generating and submitting council reports, updates, and keeping everyone abreast of all deep set activities performed. I'm here today to comment on agenda item I-1A of the supplemental NMFS report. I'm very happy that the team has put together this report because it does highlight some concerns that we've noticed. We actually noticed them in September of 2019. Specifically, the report highlights the use of the words observed sets as a criterion to quantify EFP participation and Tier 1 status. I believe the Council's intention was to quantify participation in data collection and not to intentionally exclude those individuals that participated in the development and trial of the gear but do not show up in the observer database. If NMFS only considers vessel operators with fishing effort that shows up in the observer records, then several key individuals would be excluded from the analyses, including myself. Just for those of you who do not know or are not familiar with my participation in the development of deep set buoy gear and link buoy gear, since 2010, I've performed over 300 fishing days, probably closer to 500. During this time, I trained cooperative fishers, trained observers, deployed deep set buoy gear with wardens and enforcement agents present, deployed deep set gear under observation of NMFS researchers from the West Coast region as well as the Southwest Fisheries Science Center. I deployed deep set buoy gear under observation of NMFS technical monitors for the first 3 years of our work. I've published 3 scientific manuscripts documenting all of the research trials and fishery development efforts. I've provided all of the set data from research and EFP trials to managers of the West Coast region, as well as the management team, as well as the HMS management team and AS. And I've delivered multiple presentations to the PFMC, its advisory bodies, cooperative fishers, and the public. Given that past council proceedings have stressed the need to recognize the efforts of those that pioneered the gear, invested time, and made the authorization possible, I'd like to note that all gear characteristics, deployment protocols, bycatch mitigation features, and pretty much everything to do with the existing gear design we're using right now was designed by myself and my team. Further, I am also the individual that wrote and submitted the EFP that has been the template for nearly all subsequent deep set buoy gear EFP applications to date. I believe the substitution of 10 observed sets with 10 days of documented fishing effort may alleviate some of the concerns raised in the NMFS report. This substitution would also align with the advisory subpanel suggestion in their council report submitted on 9/16/19, just prior to the authorization, as well as several of the public comments that were offered that same day. As a pioneer of the gear, the manager of 2 EFPs with multiple cooperative fishers, and an active fisher having deployed and refined the gear over many hundreds of fishing days, I look forward to this cooperative and inclusive process of evaluation. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thanks, Gillnet. Questions on this presentation or comment? Okay, thanks again. Next up is Teresa Labriola, followed by Gilly Lyons.
Good morning. Thank you, Vice Chair and members of the Council. I'm Teresa Labriola with Wild Oceans. And I just want to briefly thank National Marine Fisheries Service for bringing this to the Council's attention, and for Dr. Sepulveda for coming and making comments today to the Council. And we support the Council clarifying the issues raised pretty much along the lines that Dr. Sepulveda has said. During the many years that the Council spent considering deep set buoy gear authorization, we supported a limited entry program that afforded the pioneers of the fishery an opportunity to receive permits when the fishery was authorized. And as Dr. Sepulveda said, he may not have the traditional 10 observed sets, but we most likely would not have a fishery without him and his research and his recruitment of fishermen to test this gear. So I urge you to consider this issue in March so that we can keep deep set buoy gear authorization on schedule, to clarify your intent at that time. Also, just thinking to other fisheries, clarifying your intent to include those who develop the gear in a limited entry program will continue to encourage fishermen, scientists, or others to design alternative gear, to test alternative gear, with the knowledge that if and when the gear is authorized, they are in line for benefiting from their effort and their work and their innovation. Thank you, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Teresa. Questions for Teresa? Okay, thank you. Next up is Gilly Lyons, followed by Tara Brock. Gilly?
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm sorry about that. I was just unmuting myself. Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the Council. My name is Gilly Lyons with the Pew Charitable Trusts, and thanks so much for the opportunity to just say a few brief words this morning on the NMFS report. We very much appreciate the update on deep set buoy gear authorization provided in the NMFS report today, and support taking up the clarifying questions about limited entry qualifying criteria at the Council's March 2021 meeting, as has been suggested. We'll likely speak to that a little bit more tomorrow during the workload planning agenda item, but this morning we just wanted to voice our support for Dr. Sepulveda's recommendations regarding limited entry qualifying criteria. As Dr. Sepulveda just mentioned, and as Ms. Labriola also touched on, as the designer and pioneer of deep set buoy gear, Dr. Sepulveda is arguably the most experienced user of deep set buoy gear around, and we certainly wouldn't be where we are today without him in terms of authorizing this innovative and highly selective gear type. And so we're just we're confident that the council and NMFS would, of course, want to ensure that Dr. Sepulveda is eligible for a limited entry permit when the time comes, and we certainly are as well. So just want to make sure that that is something that is indeed taken up at the March meeting, if that is when these qualifying criteria discussions are scheduled for. And thanks very much for your time. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Gilly. Questions for Gilly? Okay, seeing none. Next up is Tara Brock. Tara? I think you're muted, Tara, on your end. I'm not sure, but there you go.
Hopefully you can hear me now. Sorry.
Yes, we can.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Technical difficulties seem to be par for the course in 2020. I will not take long. I think Ms. Labriola and Ms. Lyons said what I wanted to say more eloquently than I might have. Just wanted to echo support for the council taking this up quickly and Dr. Sepulveda's comments. I did also want to express disappointment that we did not hear from the National Marine Fisheries Service an update on their work towards 100% monitoring in the drift gillnet fishery, as recommended by the council in 2015 and reaffirmed by the council in June of 2018. I think it'd be very useful for the council to get an update on progress on where we're at on that and moving towards either full observer coverage or electronic monitoring in that fishery. And also an update on a report that was reported to council a couple of years ago as well on the difference in fishing between observed and unobservable vessels in the drift gillnet fleet. So I wanted to provide those comments and hope that we can get an update from NMFS potentially at the March meeting on those actions as well. And with that, I will take any questions if there are any.
Okay, Tara, thank you. Questions for Tara? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Tara. Well, that concludes. Oh, Louis Zim. Louis?
I'm always, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm always late getting to it too because I'm taking notes on another program and I think I need a new computer. I don't know if Tara can answer this, but maybe this is out to the other people that testified. Receiving loud and clear Chugi's request, but not quite understanding how many other people this may involve, because I know that Chugi had quite the team working with him over those years. Wonder if anybody can answer that, or maybe we can get that in discussion.
Is that a question for Tara?
Yeah, if Tara can answer that, that'd be great.
Tara?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Zim. I think that is probably a question better for the National Marine Fisheries Service because they have been working through these criteria and probably how many permits that would equal, or maybe a member of the management team, as when this criteria was all being initially discussed. There were charts and tables of how many numbers of permits we would be talking about under each criteria, at least how the management team was interpreting the council's intent there. So it sounds like the NMFS just needs some clarification on the council's intent so that it can actually get those answers to you. But maybe a better question for the fishery service.
Okay.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Tara. Okay, so with that, I guess we will go into our council discussion in potential action. So looking for a hand. No hands. All right. Quiet. Okay, John Ugertz. John?
Thanks, and good morning, Mr. Vice Chair and council members. I do think we need to have some additional input from the management team on this issue. The team definitely did provide some estimates of what they would see in each tier. when we were discussing potential options for the limited entry program. I do think it's important to point out that when the council was discussing active participants in the deep set buoy gear EFP program and the potential for a limited entry fishery, our discussions were definitely focused around people who had played a direct role in developing the gear by actively fishing with that gear and providing data needed to analyze the gear's efficacy and potential impacts. So we treated the term EFP holder, in quotes, similar to the way we would use the term permittee for an actual fishery. And we addressed this when stating that permits would be issued to individuals in the final preferred alternative. That said, the final preferred alternative also indicates that a business can be an individual. So it does leave the question a little bit out there. We've also been clear that a limited entry program is not a reward, nor do the permits hold any value of their own, as they are not transferable. So in the initial issuance of limited entry permits, our desire was not to provide some kind of economic benefit to certain individuals, but rather to issue the permits in a way that ensures a rational approach to establishing a new fishery, and to allow the council and NMFS the ability to stop issuing new permits if issues arise that necessitate such an action. And as you may recall, my comments on this issue have consistently focused on the fact that we really don't have evidence of that kind of problem to date, but that we do want to start the program slowly in a way that allows us to react if there is such a problem and not be chasing our tails. So all of that said, I definitely would like to get some input from the management team and perhaps working with NMFS and the advisory subpanel to help us clarify the matter for NMFS so they can move forward rapidly with establishing the actual fishery. Thanks.
Thank you, John. Anyone else on this issue or agenda item?
Mr. Vice Chair, we had Karen Braby, ODFW, was listed as an attendee. She had her hand up. We tried to promote her, and now we don't see her. So, oh, she says she's on the phone, audio logged into the visual to talk on the phone.
Hi, good morning.
Oh, yep, there she is.
Hoping you all can hear me. Yeah, I'm having the same problem I had almost a week ago with versions. I'm talking on my phone, but trying to raise my hand in the webinar. Anyway, too much information. I just wanted to thank NMFS for the report and appreciate John's comments and give support to the work suggested in the advisory subpanel report to do some thinking between now and the March meeting to speak to the qualifying criteria in particular. And my understanding is that that will keep us on track for the timeline of authorization of the fishery if we take that slight pause between now and March. So that's a comment, and would love a confirmation from Ryan from NMFS.
Ryan?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you. Can I clarify your question? Was it on the timeline?
Yes, on the timeline, that if we take the advisory subpanel approach of developing more input and guidance on qualifying criteria, and we have that in front of us in March, that we are still on track.
Yeah, thank you for the through the Vice Chair. Thank you, Karen, for clarifying. Yes, I can confirm, at least as of now, we believe that's still on track. You know, we have a draft EIS that we've been working on for some time. That assessment of the impacts that are there is based on the rate of permit issuance as opposed to who may obtain permits. So again, that as well as the bulk of the proposed rule language we still think would be on track with a allowing us to address this qualifying issue in March.
Okay, thank you, Ryan, and thank you, Karin, for calling in. Okay, well, I think it's kind of summarized, I think John summarized pretty well what we need to do for next meeting. Anybody else want to add to that? And if not, I'll go to Kit. And Kit.
Yeah. Okay, I think we're done. This was mainly just alerting the council to these issues and the need to take them up. So you can get into the nitty-gritty on that in your agenda planning session tomorrow. And also it seems clear direction to have the management team do some work over the interim and, dive into these issues, perhaps come up with some courses of action or options for council consideration in March. So with that, I think we're good on this agenda item.
Fantastic. Okay, that will take us to I2, and I'll let you get that kicked off for us.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll just read from the agenda item for this international management activities. At the June and September council meetings, it was noted that the timing and format of regional fishery management organization meetings had been thrown into disarray due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The WCPFC has conducted online meetings of its subsidiary bodies and announced arrangements for the annual commission meeting. The IATTC chair has proposed holding its annual meeting in the first week in December, essentially. I think the arrangements for that have proceeded, and that's fairly definite that will occur. Since the September council meeting, the joint working group, I'm not going to read out the very long name of this entity, but they are dealing with Pacific bluefin tuna management in the Pacific. And they had an online meeting October 5th and 6th, and that was immediately followed by the regular meeting of the WCPFC Northern Committee. As we all have experienced, online world, more streamlined, limited agenda approach to those meetings. And you had in your advanced materials a summary from the chairs of the joint working group of that meeting. So the joint working group discussed changes or amendments to the current conservation and management measure 2019-02 for Pacific bluefin tuna. Japan presented a proposal which would have increased catch limits. And you can find these various proposals as annexes to attachment 1, the joint working group report. So that one is Annex C. The joint working group did not support Japan's proposal, given the difficulty of negotiating details in a virtual setting, and instead recommended a rollover of the current measure. And that's also Annex D in attachment 1. The JWG also reviewed a draft proposal for a 1-year rollover of the current IATTC resolution, and that's actually a proposal from the U.S., and that is Annex E in attachment 1, and that requires some adjustments since the current measure covers 2 years with a maximum catch in any 1 year. And this proposal would apply to 1 year only. Bottom line is the measure proposes a 1-year catch limit of 425 metric tons. So the Northern Committee ended up adopting the revised rollover measure that already references, and they also discussed on a separate topic revised estimates of North Pacific albacore catch and effort by Vanuatu pursuant to the Conservation Measure 2019-03, and those effort numbers are reported in this working paper, WP01. You can find that on the WCPFC website if you're really interested. And this included a change to Vanuatu's estimate for the 2002 to 2004 baseline period, which is used as a limit, as the limit expressed in the measure more generally, that is, quote, ensure that the level of fishing effort by their vessels fishing for North Pacific albacore in the convention area is not increased beyond the 2002 to 2004 annual average levels. The U.S. expressed concern because Vanuatu used a single year, 2004, rather than the stipulated 3-year period to calculate its baseline limit. And the U.S. suggested it may be necessary to amend the measure, the operative measure, to clarify the reporting requirements. And based on that discussion, the Northern Committee encouraged measures to hold intersessional discussions and prepare proposals for any amendment to the measure, and take this up again next year at the NC17, their next meeting. And the Northern Committee meeting report was provided to you as a supplemental attachment as suggested here. So if you're really interested, you can read that discussion. And then on to the next meeting that has occurred, the Permanent Advisory Committee for the U.S. section to the WCPFC met in mid-October and reviewed and developed recommendations for U.S. policies, positions, and negotiating strategies for the next regular session of the WCPFC, which, as previously mentioned, will be occurring in the first half of December, again, as a virtual meeting. You have in your materials the provisional annotated agenda for that meeting, should you want to get an idea of the topics that will be covered there. And also the recommendations adopted by the PAC are available as attachment 3. So that's kind of a guideline of what they're encouraging the U.S. to pursue as far as positions at that forum. And turning to the IATTC, and aside from needing to adopt a resolution for Pacific bluefin tuna, already mentioned the proposal to roll over a 1-year measure. The IATTC must negotiate a successor resolution for C-1702, which covers the tropical tunas, yellowfin, big eye, and skipjack, and that also expires at the end of this calendar year. So that will be a major point of discussion at the upcoming annual meeting. And finally, just referencing a comment made by the HMS Advisory Subpanel in September that, quote, while we may not know the particulars of a potential IATTC resolution for the November meeting, we believe there are numerous issues related to the U.S. fisheries which should be discussed. And so in relation to that, the Council may wish to make recommendations for changes to trip limit management, the trip limit management regime in 2021, bearing in mind any implications of a 1-year resolution on catch limits. I think I've covered all of the attachments. There are the three that were in your advanced materials, plus the supplemental attachment. There are also supplemental reports. There's 2 supplemental reports from National Marine Fishery Service and a report from the advisory subpanel and from the management team. And the council action listed in the agenda is to provide recommendations on U.S. positions at upcoming meetings of the WCPFC and other forums, and probably more directly the IATTC as appropriate. And that concludes my overview.
All right. Thank you, Kit. Questions for Kit on his overview? All right. Seeing none, we'll go to the next report. And Ryan?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. National Marine Fishery Service has provided 2 reports here, supplemental reports 1 and 2. I will summarize, especially report 1 here. I think Kit gave a very thorough overview there, so I won't spend too much time, especially on the first part here. As he noted, we had the joint working group meeting. The highlight there, of course, was a proposal we put forward that took a 2-year measure down to essentially a 1-year rollover, but keeping us at our annual cap of 425 metric tons. The Northern Committee met right after that, adopted the bluefin recommendations from the joint working group, did not recommend changes on albacore, just like that was just explained. We did finally have the second phase of the Scientific Advisory Committee for the IATTC, and despite all of the lengthy circulars and concerns and expected difficulties that were raised by other countries, it actually went quite smoothly. There was real-time interpretation, went very well, and we were able to progress through their agenda very efficiently, which I only note because that gives me a lot more confidence for the upcoming annual meeting. So among other things, the SAC recommended the IATTC extend the current bluefin measures for 2021, as well as extend the tropical tuna measures for 2021 with the intent to review them again next year. We're going to discuss the implications of those assessments that were presented to the SAC as they relate to stock status for big eye and yellowfin in the next agenda item. So I'll touch on those here. Noted the upcoming meeting. It's November 30th through December 4th. That will be the IATTC plenary, followed immediately in the subsequent week by the WCPFC. Both meetings will be virtual, as I'm sure everyone expects. U.S. priorities that we have previously reported to the council, they've not changed. We want measures in place for tropical tunas and bluefin tuna as both those measures expire. Since we've submitted this report to the council, we did meet with our General Advisory Committee and Scientific Advisory Subcommittee regarding those 2 priorities I just mentioned. Both the GAC and SAS also concurred that and supported 1-year rollover measures to extend the current management measures for 2021. So we have, for the purposes of discussion at the IATTC plenary, we have submitted 2 proposals, one on tropical tunas, which again just extends the current measures for 2021, and then one on bluefin tuna, which is there's some minor modification, but basically identical to the one that was referenced. That's Appendix E in Report 1 here under this agenda item. And again, the only challenge is there we're taking a 2-year measure and turning it into a 1-year measure. Moving now on to our NMFS Report 2. This second report is on domestic implementation of a bluefin tuna resolution. It's one we anticipate. Well, excuse me, sorry. Our second report is we're looking at how we would domestically implement, assuming that we get the bluefin tuna proposal we are putting forward through the IATTC. which would, again, have a 425 metric ton catch limit for the United States. The NMFS report notes some of the concerns that have been raised by stakeholders on the current domestic management scheme and offers potential management schemes for the council to consider. So we kind of approach this report trying to provide two potential ways forward as just examples, and putting in some ranges and values just to help garner input from the council and some advisory bodies on those values and management schemes. Those options are similar to the current approach with trip limits. So we provided a two-tiered approach where there's a higher initial trip limit, and upon reaching the buffer, then the trip limit's reduced, similar to what we did in 2019, 2020, and also proposed a three-tiered approach, which would be an initial trip limit and a smaller intermediate trip limit and a final low trip limit. With both of those options, we were suggesting the council consider continuing requiring buyers to provide e-tickets within 24 hours of landing bluefin, and removing the pre-trip notification requirement. And that concludes my report, or the two NMFS reports. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Ryan. Questions for Ryan on the NMFS report? Okay. Seeing none, we'll go to, actually we'll flip it here. We're going to go to the advisory panel first and then to the management team. So with that, Mike Conroy.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Just making sure you can hear me.
Yep, we got you.
Perfect. I apologize in advance. My internet is somewhat spotty this morning. My name is Mike Conroy from the HMSAS. I'll be reading supplemental HMAS Report 1 with regard to agenda item I2A. With regard to Pacific bluefin tuna, members of the AS attended the Joint Inter-American Tropical Tuna Commission, WCPFC Northern Committee Working Group on Pacific bluefin tuna. As noted in Supplemental Report 2, it is expected that the IHETC will adopt a resolution that rolls over the existing resolution for 1 year. As such, we are expecting a catch limit for 2021 in the amount of 425 metric tons. With regard to domestic management of PBF, in considering management of the domestic commercial bluefin fishery, we understand the challenges associated with trying to account for the needs of all participants in a way that does not result in significant underharvest or an early attainment of the catch limit where fish caught incidentally have to be discarded. This year, the U.S. commercial catch limit is 356 metric tons. As of November 12th, NMFS is reporting a total of 205 metric tons has been landed. Of this amount, roughly 120 metric tons has been harvested by the purse-seine fleet. The AS wishes to advise the council this is not due to the lack of availability. It is in fact due to large biomass off the Southern California coast. The problem is trying to find a school that is small enough to set on. There's a growing hook and line fishery that provides a higher value product for local markets. The AS had a lengthy discussion about potential changes to domestic management regime for the commercial bluefin fishery and offer the following recommendations. We are supportive of eliminating the pre-trip notification requirement. It has caused hardship to purse-seine vessels who have been unable to opportunistically target bluefin immediately upon learning of available opportunity. We discussed the two approaches outlined in NMFS 2, the two-tiered and three-tier approach, but present it a little bit differently. At the outset, the AS recommends the three-tier approach. We agree the trip limit should start at 20 metric tons and then be reduced to 15 metric tons until we reach a buffer value. Buffer is an amount of tonnage left in reserve that is designed to ensure opportunity is available across all gear types. We are recommending a buffer value that is reduced during the year to better enable the fishery to harvest at or near the U.S. annual catch limit. Being cognizant of and responsive to the calendar minimizes the chances of resource underutilization. The intent is to ensure adequate tonnage is available for non-same gear types in the event the fishery is limited to a 2 metric ton catch limit. That tonnage will vary depending upon when the fishery reaches that value. The AS cannot come to agreement on how this should be structured. As such, we provide both options we debated. Option 1, the buffer is reduced by 25 metric tons for each quarter. During the first quarter of the year, if the fishery lands 250 metric tons, then the catch limit is reduced to 15 metric tons. If the fishery lands 325 metric tons, the trip limit drops to 2 metric tons for the remainder of the year. During the second quarter, if cumulative catch reaches 275 metric tons, then the trip limit is reduced to 15 metric tons. If cumulative catch reaches 350 during the second quarter, the trip limit would then drop to 2 for the remainder of the year. During the third quarter, if cumulative catch is 300 metric tons, then the trip limit is reduced to 15 metric tons. If cumulative catch reaches 375, then the trip limit drops to 2 for the remainder of the year. And at any point after the end of the third quarter, the trip limit will be reduced to 15 tons when the fishery has accumulated landings of 325, and then drop to 2 metric tons when we reach 400 metric tons. Option 2, the buffer is nonlinear. Before the end of the first quarter, if cumulative catch reaches 250 metric tons, and the trip limit is reduced to 15, and then once the cumulative catch reaches 325 metric tons, the trip limit would drop to 2 for the remainder of the year. And then for the final quarter of the year, the catch limit will be reduced to 15 once we hit 300 metric tons, and then once we hit 375, trip limit would drop to 2 for the remainder of the year. With regard to striped marlin, the AS recommends the council encourage NMFS to work with science bodies of the IETTC to prioritize assessing the stocks of striped marlin within the convention area. This recommendation was made at the June 2020 meeting, to which council responded positively. However, due to IETTC meeting delays, the AS wanted to reiterate the recommendation. And with that, our report is complete. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Questions for Mike on the AP report? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to the management team. And with that, Celia Barroso. Celia, are you there?
Good morning.
Good morning.
The HMSMT received a briefing on the proceedings of the 5th Joint Working Group on Bluefin Tuna Management and the 16th session of Northern Committee. NMFS briefed the management team on considerations for future domestic implementation of a bluefin resolution applicable to 2021. It is anticipated that the IHC will adopt the draft proposal on bluefin conservation and management measures recommended by the Joint Working Group and roll over the existing resolution for 2021. As noted a few times, that expected catch limit for the United States is 425 metric tons. After discussing domestic bluefin management for 2021 with the advisory subpanel, the MT found the 2 options outlined in the advisory subpanel report under this agenda item to be reasonable approaches. These options would allow for timely and accurate management of the catch limit, as well as greater flexibility for the fleet than the current regulations allow. The management team supports the removal of the pre-trip notification in 2021. Managers have expressed to the MT that the pre-trip notification established for the 2019-2020 management cycle did not meet its goal of allowing real-time and predictive management of the catch limit. That, coupled with the frustration from the industry over this requirement, leads the MT to agree with AS's suggestion for removing the pre-trip notification. While the MT liked the 3 approaches outlined in the NMFS report, the modifications to the 3-tiered approach presented in the HMSAS report created a much more flexible management approach, which suits both industry and managers. The MT sees trade-offs between the 2 options presented in the AS report. Option 1 would allow for larger trip limits earlier in the season, which would provide the purse seine fleet with increased catch opportunity. However, as shown in Table 1 of the supplemental NMFS report, the hook and line fleet catch has increased substantially in the last years in quarters 3 and 4. Allowing only 25 metric tons for the end of the season may constrain this component of the fishery, which provides a high-value product to consumers. Option 2, however, would allow for a larger amount of remaining quota at the end of the year, leaving more fishing opportunity for hook and line fishers. In exchange, the purse seine fleet may be slightly more limited earlier in the year. Due to the status of the bluefin stock, the management team sees value in fisheries that optimize catch to provide high-value product to consumers. However, the MT feels that the 100 metric ton buffer presented in the first bullet of option 2 is too large and may prevent the U.S. fleet from fully utilizing the quota. Therefore, the management team recommends that the council consider a modified version of the advisory subpanel's option 1. After the third quarter, which is the 4th bullet in HMSAS option 1, the trip limit is reduced to 2 metric tons at 375 metric tons instead of 400 metric tons to provide a larger buffer at the end of the season. And we provided a pasted version of that bullet with an edit. So you can see that. And so it would read, after the third quarter, the trip limit would be reduced to 15 metric tons when the fishery has cumulative landings of 325 metric tons. When the cumulative landings reach 375 metric tons, the trip limit drops to 2 metric tons for the remainder of the year. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Celia. Questions on the management team report? Okay. Seeing none, that will take us to public comment. And we have one card. That's Teresa Labriola. Teresa. Oh, we have two cards.
There we are. Good morning. Thank you, and good morning. I'm Teresa Labriola with Wild Oceans, and thank you for the opportunity to provide some public comments on international issues this morning. I just want to talk briefly about bluefin and then about striped marlin. Regarding bluefin, I did appreciate the conversations between the management team and the advisory subpanel to provide some sliding buffers, I'll call them, approach, so that there could be increased opportunities for the purse seine fishery to catch bluefin tuna. But given the state of bluefin tuna, which still is at historically low spawning stock biomass of around 6%, I think it is, according to the last stock assessment, our primary concern is to not exceed our bluefin tuna allocation so that this stock can rebuild as predicted by international managers. The large schools of bluefin that we see today are giving us hope for increased biomass and for increased fishing opportunities for tomorrow. But in this case, with the very low state of the stock and actually low recruitment in recent years, conservation needs to come first, and any recommendations need to consider this. The 4-tiered system provided by the HMSAS and modified by the HMSMT, in our view, it does not provide enough of a buffer to ensure that we do not exceed our annual limit of 425,000 metric tons. If you look at the advisory subpanel, their first alternative, a couple of 15 metric ton tows in the last quarter can send us over our limit. It can close opportunities for the small boat hook and line fishery, which is growing and is prosecuted in part by your deep set buoy gear fishery. So it's two smaller scale fisheries benefiting there. It could also require drift gillnet fishermen to have to dump bluefin if we reach our limit, as they were required to do several years ago. So I then see the management team's proposal to back up that last quarter limit, but that is still leaving, I think, us in a precarious position. Especially with elimination of a pre-trip notification, which sort of was this backstop, if you would. Fishermen would have to tell NMFS they're going out, and you could see how many fishermen were on the water at one time. So eliminating both a bigger buffer and pre-trip notification at one time seems like it will put us in a precarious position. I do think that the alternative 2 provided by the advisory subpanel, however, does give us some increased fishing opportunities. It increases the trip limit, but it does continue to provide that buffer that is needed in the end of the season when fishing activity seems to be at its highest. Second, I'd like to just support the advisory subpanel's recommendation on striped marlin, that the Council encourage National Marine Fisheries Service to work with the science bodies of the IATTC to prioritize assessing the stocks of striped marlin within the convention area. While the official stock boundary between eastern and western Pacific striped marlin lies between here and Hawaii, genetic studies have shown that our Southern California striped marlin are genetically linked to the Western Pacific stock. There's also been increased fishing on the Eastern Pacific stock as of recently. Eastern Pacific stock assessment can help us better understand how the stock interacts and start to answer some questions that have come up of, are these two stocks? Is this bound? How do you draw this line if you do want to draw a line? As many of you know, there's a report in the briefing book from the our WCPFC advisory committee to the U.S. delegation, and in there is discussed Western Pacific striped marlin, which is overfished and subject to overfishing. And along with many sport fishing, small boat and ocean conservation organizations, we've supported development of a rebuilding plan in the WCPFC to deal with Western Pacific striped marlin. And that is in part because of this genetic link with the stock in the Eastern Pacific. As a point of interest, we've been advocating for catch limits for that stock, as well as meaningful conservation and management measures on longline vessels, international longline vessels, such as use of circle hooks, the release of all live marlin, protection of marlin spawning grounds, and modifying gear to either remove the closest hooks to the float or increasing hook depth, which have been shown to reduce marlin catch. And fifth, to improve our reporting of live and dead discards of marlin so that stock assessments are more accurate in the future. Given the fluidity of the stocks, these management measures are likely to benefit not only the Western Pacific, but the Eastern Pacific stocks of striped marlin. Thank you for your attention, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Teresa. Questions? John Ugertz? John?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Teresa, for your comments. Just a quick question for you. Right now, the management for bluefin is a 15 metric ton trip limit, and we do not draw down to 2 metric tons until we are 50 metric tons away from the catch limit. As far as I'm reading it, that is consistent with what the management team is recommending by reducing the trip limit in the third quarter and then reducing again at 375 metric tons. Are you reading something different in that?
Thank you, Mr. Ugertz. Mr. Vice Chair, if I may. The difference that I see in that is in the management team and advisory subpanel, if I'm not unclear, they are also recommending an increase to 20 metric tons for the trip limit, as well as the elimination of pre-trip notification, which I think is a check on the fishery.
John? Okay.
Yeah, thanks. The management team and the advisory subpanel are recommending reducing the trip limit to 15 metric tons at varying numbers, but in that third quarter at 325 metric tons, which is 100 metric tons away from the catch limit. So for that last 100 metric tons, you're at most 15 and then reduced to 2 when you're 50 metric tons away from the catch limit. So I see it as pretty consistent with where we are now, but maybe you're not seeing that same thing.
Teresa?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Ugertz and Mr. Vice Chair. I agree that you're correct. At the end, the amount, the 15 metric ton limit is the same. It's higher before then. I guess that is one difference. But again, I would then just add that eliminating the pre-trip notification at that point would take away that safety that I think we put in place because of the 1 year when several tows were able to push us right over our limit.
Okay. All right. Further questions for Teresa? Okay, thanks, Teresa. Next up, we do have one more commenter. I didn't see that. It's Robert Osborne. Or Bob, you there? I think you're muted, Bob. Yeah, you're still muted. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Please.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, for the opportunity to speak. My name is Robert Osborne. I'm speaking on behalf of the Billfish Foundation. I wanted to make a few brief comments regarding striped marlin stocks in the North Pacific. Striped marlin is a very important fish to the Southern California private recreational boating community, including all the associated businesses surrounding it. Southern California has long been recognized as a center for a large cottage manufacturing industry based on inventing and developing fishing tackle designed for recreational fishermen to primarily target billfish and tuna. This industry has a rich history of inventions of fishing tackle designs used around the world and has been so recognized for well over 100 years. The Billfish Foundation currently houses the largest private billfish tagging database in the world. We have been aware of recreational angler concerns regarding the availability of striped marlin stocks to Southern California recreational fishermen now for 35 years. Currently, stocks of striped marlin in the North Pacific have been poorly defined from a biological perspective. According to the most recent stock assessment on North Pacific striped marlin, currently defined as occurring in the western central Pacific Ocean west of 150 degrees longitude and north of the equator. However, also noted in the stock assessment, this stock likely biologically extends to the west coast of the U.S. and north of the U.S.-Mexican border. Fishing activity on striped marlin by recreational fishermen along the west coast occurs almost entirely south of Point Conception. The cold California current pushes the stock extent largely south of this boundary. However, offshore beyond the typical range of the private recreational fishing fleet, warmer waters occur, and there the striped marlin can be common up to 40 or 45 degrees north latitude. The stock defined west of 150 west is shared by U.S. West Coast recreational fishermen and has been overfished for more than 25 years. The stock occurs in lower latitudes in the Western Pacific and therefore is not under the purview of the Northern Committee to the WCPFC. The Billfish Foundation is aware of a proposal by the U.S. delegation to the WCPFC General Session to implement a rebuilding plan for striped marlin. The Billfish Foundation strongly supports the implementation of an effective rebuilding plan for striped marlin and requests the Council provide support for such a plan on behalf of California recreational fishermen. We also support the Council recommendation to the IATTC to prioritize the development of definitions of stocks under its purview and prepare a stock assessment. The Billfish Foundation and affiliated West Coast recreational fishing conservation organizations have long been involved in monitoring the movements of striped marlin and in training anglers in best practices for the safe release of striped marlin. We stand ready to assist in such a rebuilding plan in any way that we can. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Bob. Questions for Bob? Okay. Okay, seeing that, we'll move to council discussion. So for reports, from council, it was a comment from the public. And I see John, please.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I think, we've definitely learned a lot since the annual bluefin catch limit was exceeded in 2017. As the council may recall, that year, with a trip limit of 25 metric tons in place, we went from approximately 50% of the limit caught to exceeding the limit in essentially a weekend. And in response, the council established the current management actions to ensure we did not exceed a catch limit again for this important stock. What's changed since 2017 is that the state of California has fully implemented the use of electronic reporting of all commercial landings. And we have 2 years of experience with requiring 24-hour reporting for bluefin. We've also been able to work directly with NIM staff and coordinate on near real-time basis when tracking catch and fishing activities. Over the past couple of years, we've also seen that the 15 metric ton trip limit at the start of the year and pre-trip notifications may unnecessarily constrain fishing and prevent access to available fish due to school size, fish behavior, and the behavior of the fishing fleet itself. I'm confident now that we can start the year with a higher trip limit, though not as high as 25 metric tons, and adjust that limit throughout the year to both ensure we do not exceed the catch limit and to allow maximum access to available fish while still avoiding regulatory discards as we approach the limit. I also feel that the pre-trip notifications have not provided us with a substantial management benefit. And so long as the trip limits are adjusted as we approach the catch limit, are likely not necessary. So with that said, I think I'm leaning towards supporting what the management team has recommended, but I'd like to hear what other council members have to say.
Thank you, John. Krista?
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, great, thank you. I had a little trouble with Zoom earlier this morning. So thanks again, Vice Chair. I also am in agreement with what the management is saying with regard to bluefin and Colin for trip limits, etc. I do want to note on the international reports, I think everyone did a incredible job of summarizing what has gone on in all of the respective meetings. And I do want to pivot just for a moment here and talk about the South Pacific Albacore Roadmap Intersessional Work Group meeting. We met, I will admit I participated in that on November 12th at 3 p.m. our time. And I do think that this is something that the council should be aware of, and that we probably should pay a bit of attention to it. I know South Pacific doesn't seem like it would be kind of in our wheelhouse, but it directly impacts the 19 vessels that we had fishing that are also North Pacific albacore fishermen, which is our fishery predominantly out here. So we have 19 boats that went down there last year and participated in that fishery that then come home many times with that product, but also because decisions made in the South Pacific potentially can shift effort into the North Pacific, and that will directly impact the 556 vessels that we had fishing last year. And I will note that 329 of those came from Oregon. So just raising awareness on this issue, that we are making some decisions that could potentially affect albacore fishermen for the West Coast. And again, just raising awareness. So thank you. And with that, I will close my comments on this topic.
Thank you, Krista. Further discussion? Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And I want to thank Krista for bringing the subject of South Pacific albacore up. That's a fishery that our San Diego fleet has been involved in, and the last couple of years has not been particularly successful at. So I really appreciate Krista following this. I know that she's not flying to the South Pacific, which is a shame. But she's virtually going there, and I know it's a lot of time and work that she's been putting into this. So I really appreciate that, and our people in San Diego appreciate it. Changing the subject just a little bit, but also on the subject of San Diego fishers, I appreciate the acknowledgement and the reporting of this fishery that is emerging, the hook and line fishery for bluefin tuna, and the high value that is given to the product. And I also very interested in the ability of deep set buoy gear participants to access this fishery. So this is something that I want everybody to watch, and I think this is a great development. And I also appreciate that we could increase at the start of the season up to 20 tons to give our purse seine fleet a better opportunity to grab some of these fish that have been aggregating in our area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Louis. Further discussion? Ryan Wolf. Ryan?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just based on the comments we heard in the beginning of discussion here, I just wanted to associate with the remarks made by Mr. Ugoretz. But he did a very good job of explaining why we're in a little bit different situation than we were in 2017 when we exceeded our limit. And for all those reasons, we do feel that even with removal of pre-trip notification that we have measures in place to prevent exceeding the limit. On that point, I'd also note that that requirement was originally instated with the associated assumption that 15 metric tons would be caught on each trip that were noticed, and we found that hasn't provided the most accurate catch accounting. And while it's ensured we've remained below the limit, it's had the undesired effect at times of overestimating catch and NMFS taking in-season action too early, which may have possibly impacted the fleet's abilities to fully utilize our catch limit. And then further, since our report was put out before the options put forward by the AS and discussed in the MT report, just wanted to note again, the NMFS report was just suggesting options. I appreciate what has been put forward by the advisory subpanel and support their option one, as well as utilizing the modification proposed by the management team. I do think that's important to have a little bit larger buffer at the end, give us a little bit more confidence that we won't exceed the limit if that were the case. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. Further discussion?
Brad, this is Karin, Oregon.
Yes, please.
Just wanted to concur that this seems like a reasonable approach. I appreciate the comments being made and think that the management team approach is a good one with sufficient precaution given the new protocols in place and electronic reporting and so on that California has implemented. This is a good approach. So thanks.
Thank you, Karin, for that. Okay. John?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I do have a motion on this if the council's ready to hear it.
Oh, okay.
Sandra, do you have that? There we go. I move that the council recommend the following measures for domestic management of Pacific bluefin tuna in 2021, should the IATTC adopt rollover regulations for 2021 as anticipated, which would provide the United States with a catch limit of 425 metric tons. 1, remove the pre-trip notification requirement. 2, maintain 24-hour ETICS submission for all commercial landings. And 3, for trip limits, set an initial trip limit of 20 metric tons. During the first quarter, the catch limit is reduced to 15 metric tons when annual landings reach 250 metric tons. The trip limit is then reduced to 2 metric tons when annual landings reach 325 metric tons. During the second quarter, the catch limit is reduced to 15 metric tons when annual landings reach 275 metric tons. The trip limit is then reduced to 2 metric tons when annual landings reach 350 metric tons. During the third quarter, the catch limit is reduced to 15 metric tons when annual landings reach 300 metric tons. The trip limit is then reduced to 2 metric tons when annual landings reach 375 metric tons. After the third quarter, the catch limit is reduced to 15 metric tons when annual landings reach 325 metric tons. The trip limit is then reduced to 2 metric tons when annual landings reach 375 metric tons. And I would like to change the word after in my last bullet to during.
Okay. And then also on number 2, John, I think it was 20, there's supposed to be an hour after 24. Is that correct?
Thank you. Yes.
Okay. Does the language on the screen accurately reflect your motion?
It does now. Thank you.
Very good. Do we have a second? Seconded by Mark Relnick. John, speak to your motion.
I think I've said most of what needs to be said. I am confident that between NMFS and California Department of Fish and Wildlife staff, we can manage the fishery in a reasonable way with these limits.
Okay, wonderful. Any discussion to the motion?
Okay. Shoot, you know what? There's a problem with my motion.
Oh.
That last bullet should say the fourth quarter. It's not third and third.
Well,
I don't know if we have to amend it at this point.
Or you could remove. Chuck?
I think an amendment would be the most expeditious way to.
Okay. Mark Grolnick?
Thank you, Vice Chair Pettinger. I move to amend where in the second statement of during a third quarter, change that second statement to during the fourth quarter.
Okay, and second on that amendment, Krista Swenson. Thank you, Krista. All right, Mark, I think it's, you want to speak to that or?
No need to speak to it.
Okay, any discussion? Probably not. With that, we'll have all those in favor of the amending the motion signify aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, motion or the amended motion or the amendment to the motion passes. And now we go to the original, now we go to the amended motion for discussion. John?
Yeah, thanks. Just sorry for that confusion. And again, the intent is to manage the fishery by quarters. And I think we can do that. Thanks.
Okay, very good. Ryan Wolf, Ryan?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm just noting I'm still looking at the previous motion on the screen, not the amended one. Oh, there we go. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Ryan. Okay. Any more discussion? Seeing no hands. All those in favor of the amended motion as it is on the screen, signified by aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, motion passes, the amended motion passes unanimously. Okay. Kit? Are you there?
I am here. So I think you've completed your business here, focusing on making recommendations for a trip limit regime for the Pacific Bluefin fishery. This is, of course, conditioned or presumably a catch limit of 425 metric tons, consistent with the resolution adopted by the IATTC. So unless there's any further desire for making any recommendations to the delegations for the upcoming RFMO meetings, your business here, I think, is concluded.
Fantastic. Before we go to I3, it's 9:24. We've been at for almost an hour and a half. I would suggest we come back at 50 minutes or 60 minutes at 9:40. Okay, 30 seconds. Do we start again? Okay, it's 9:40, and Kit, are you there? Can you get us started on I3?
Yep, I will proceed here. I'll read the situation summary for this agenda item, Biennial Harvest Specifications and Management Measures. The HMS FMP lays out a biennial process that affords the Council input on identifying key management reference points for HMS stocks. NMFS will use this updated information to determine whether a stock is subject to overfishing, that is, the current fishing mortality exceeds the maximum fishing mortality threshold, or overfished, that is, current stock spawning biomass is less than the minimum stock size threshold. The Council then has an opportunity to provide input on identifying management reference points. At the September meeting, the Council received an update on these status determination criteria in a preliminary SAFE report. And this actually was two documents from them, attachment one from September and a supplemental NMFS report one. And in your briefing materials for this meeting, attachment one is an update of the SAFE that kind of combines those two documents and includes the estimates of the status determination criteria and the status determinations provided by NMFS, if available. And noting here that NMFS has not yet made status determinations for three stocks: Pacific bluefin tuna, Eastern Pacific Ocean big eye tuna, and EPO yellowfin tuna. NMFS, I'll just, in an aside, you'll hear from NMFS that at this point they have made the determination for Pacific bluefin tuna, subsequent to the briefing book materials being distributed. Going on, NMFS must make a best scientific information available, or BSIA, determination on the outputs of an assessment produced by an international organization before determining stock status. NMFS employs quote unquote quote other peer review processes to determine whether an assessment constitutes BSIA for these stocks, reference to a Federal Register notice explaining this basis, including through participation by the U.S. government in the relevant international organizations. The principal mechanism is review and adoption by the relevant RFMO, or its science body. For Pacific bluefin tuna, NMFS has identified the status determination criteria, and the BSIA and status determinations were undergoing internal review subsequent to the basically adoption of the assessment by the Northern Committee, which you've already heard, met in early October. And as I previously said, they have completed that process and made those determinations. For EPO Big Eye and Yellowfin, the IATTC scientific staff completed new benchmark stock assessments. These were reviewed at the IATTC Scientific Advisory Committee meeting that occurred at the end of October as an online meeting. You also already heard about that under the previous agenda item. And NMFS is going to update the Council on the output of that process and where things stand. NMFS is also seeking Council input on applying the results of the new risk assessment models to status determination criteria. And again, depending on the outcome of the SAC review, which I think you already heard was positive, excuse me, at the September meeting, the council requested the SSC review proxy values selected by NMFS to make status determination criteria for these two EPO tuna stocks, pending the SAC review of the benchmark assessments. However, because of the timing of the SAC meeting, the SSC HMS subcommittee was unable to meet subsequent to the BSIA determination, but before this November council meeting. So one thing you may wish to discuss here is the feasibility of future SSC input on these assessments and related status determination criteria. So as mentioned, you had in your advanced briefing materials the drafts SAFE document, and which contains some summaries of the stock assessments and lays out in a couple tables the determinations that the NMFS made and the basis for those determinations. And in terms of supplemental materials, you have a supplemental NMFS report, which will get into more detail on their issues around arriving at the proxies and status determinations. And you also have a supplemental NMFS HMSMT report. And the action that's listed in the agenda for this item is to adopt available stock status determination criteria, consider the need to develop annual catch limits or other harvest objectives, and/or management measures. So with that, I conclude my overview for this agenda item.
All right, thank you, Kit. Questions for Kit on the overview? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to the NMFS report. And Ryan?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So I'm going to present a joint NMFS report that was prepared through cooperation amongst the Southwest Fishery Science Center, as well as the West Coast region on this topic. And it touches on assessment findings related to the status of HMS stocks and the potential management implications. Rather than read this full report, I'm going to paraphrase some of the key points. During the September 2020 council meeting, NMFS provided an overview of both the 2019 and the 2020 stock assessments for HMS, and we noted a few pending status determinations that were based on those assessments. At that time, we had not determined that the most recent IATTC assessments for yellowfin and big eye represented the best scientific information available, and that was mainly due to the delays in the IATTC Scientific Advisory Committee's review, which we discussed previously. This review, as noted, was completed at the end of October, and since then, NMFS has determined that the latest 2020 IATTC assessments represent best scientific information available for Eastern Pacific Ocean stocks of yellowfin and big-eyed tuna. The HMS FMP allows NMFS to select proxies for stock status determination criteria, or SDCs, with which we can make domestic stock status determinations, and we use them, these proxies, to adapt the results of IATTC assessments to determine whether stocks are domestically overfished or subject to overfishing. In 2018, the Council and SSC approved NMFS's proxy selection from IATTC assessments for these stocks, but as we've noted previously, the new methods in the 2020 assessments, including probabilistic frameworks, present new challenges in relating these assessment results to the SDCs of the HMS FMP. And you can see that in our report. It does go into detail here on the specific limit reference points and SDCs in the IATTC assessments. It highlights the need for additional work to select proxies from the 2020 assessments and to find a way forward for using probabilistic framework assessments for HMS status determinations more generally. That is, in the near term, We expect that we can identify proxies from the 2020 assessments for the overfishing threshold, or MFMT. However, it is unlikely that we can identify proxies for the overfish threshold, or MST, without significantly more work. And so for that reason, NMFS is suggesting that it further consider some options for using probabilistic framework assessments for status determinations, and we can be prepared to discuss those with the SSC as well as with the Council in March. Regarding management implications, whether NMFS sends the Council a notice determining a need for management recommendations under Magnuson Section 304I will depend on whether or not we get those proposals or resolutions adopted at the IATTC, especially in the case of bluefin, and then also on whether overfishing determinations can be made for the other stocks. We expect to know more about those also in March and for that discussion. Under Section 304I, the Council would be obligated to make international and domestic management recommendations, taking into account, of course, the relative impacts of the U.S. fleet on those stocks. And again, does not require the Council recommend domestic regulations, just consider them. And then finally, the timeframe for determining the status of both yellowfin and big eye stocks shouldn't preclude any Council discussion here or any other reasons for recommending management measures for domestically harvested tuna stocks. And that concludes my report.
All right, thank you, Ryan. Questions for Ryan on the NMFS report? Okay. Seeing none, we'll go to the SSC report. Galen Johnson and Michael Hart.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is Galen Johnson of the Northwest Indian Fisheries Commission, and I'll be reading the Scientific and Statistical Committee report on biennial harvest specifications and management measures. The Council tasked the Scientific and Statistical Committee, the SSC, with reviewing proxy values selected by the National Marine Fisheries Service to make best scientific information available status determinations for Eastern Pacific Ocean big eye and yellowfin tuna. However, due to the timing of the IATTC Scientific Advisory Committee, the SSC Highly Migratory Species HMS subcommittee was unable to meet subsequent to the SIA determination, but before the November Council meeting. Ms. Amber Rhodes of NMFS West Coast Region and Ms. Sarah Schaffler of NMFS Southwest Fisheries Science Center presented information about the challenges for identifying status determination criteria for these stocks. These stock assessments do not follow a standard template for reporting information and do not always report all the information needed to evaluate status based on the status determination criteria in the HMS Fisheries Management Plan. In particular, the two 2020 IATTC assessments, yellowfin and big eye tuna, present outputs that are especially difficult to translate into existing proxies for SDC under the HMS FMP. The SSC anticipates other international organizations will use similar stock assessments in the future, and so this problem with translation will likely recur in the future. The process for extracting SDC from these assessments can be complicated. The SSC suggests that the Southwest Fisheries Science Center and West Coast Region develop standardized methods for dealing with these stock assessments. In the short term, during the winter of 2020 to 21, the SSC HMS subcommittee will review proposed proxies developed by the Southwest Fisheries Science Center and West Coast Region for review by the full SSC during the March 2021 Council meeting. In the longer term, a workshop during 2021 or 2022 may be an appropriate venue to identify and formalize methods for extracting and translating relevant information from these stock assessments into the FMP. Both short and long-term activities should be conducted in consultation with IATTC's staff. The SSC is willing to advise on and review the methods developed by the Southwest Fisheries Science Center and West Coast Region. And that concludes our statement.
Thank you, Galen. Questions for the SSC? Okay. Seeing none, we'll go to the management team report and Amber Rhodes. Amber?
Thank you, Vice Chair. This is Amber Rhodes. I'm reading Supplemental HMSMT Report 1 under this agenda item. The Highly Migratory Management Team discussed recent assessment results for the Eastern Pacific Ocean stocks of yellowfin and big-eye tunas and does not have specific recommendations at this time for how the results should be used to make status determinations consistent with the status determination criteria in the Highly Migratory Species Fishery Management Plan. The team notes particular complications with proxy selection for minimum stock size threshold, or the overfished status determination criteria. The team supports the Scientific and Statistical Committee's proposal stated in Supplemental SSC Report 1. Specifically, the team recommends the Council task the SSC to review for the March 21 meeting National Marine Fisheries Service proposals for maximum fishing mortality threshold proxies from the 2020 tropical tuna assessments, as well as options for using probabilistic framework assessments for HMS status determinations more generally. This would provide the team the opportunity to further evaluate stock status of tropical tunas, consider management measures if adopted by the Inter-American Tropical Tuna Commission, evaluate workload associated with using probabilistic framework assessments, and provide additional input to the Council before finalizing the 3-meeting biennial management cycle. Should the IATTC not adopt relevant resolutions, such input could include further evaluating the need for emergency action by the Council. In the case of Pacific bluefin, which is overfished and subject to overfishing, the Council would be obligated under the Magnuson-Stevens Act, Section 304I, to make recommendations for international and domestic management measures aimed at ending overfishing if no ITTC resolution is adopted. Such circumstances may satisfy criteria in NMFS Procedure 01-101-07 for the Council to recommend emergency action in March after taking into consideration the relative impact of the U.S. commercial fleet on the stock. Without additional Council action, the lack of an IATTC resolution would not affect domestic regulations in place under the Magnuson Act to restrict recreational fishing mortality of bluefin tuna. So this is referring to the bag limits that the Council adopted and NMFS implemented several years ago now. The team discussed the possible need for unilateral management measures if IATTC resolutions are not adopted in 2020 for one of the stocks referenced above. The team notes the relevance of Section 2.3.1 of the HMS FMP, which addresses situations where unilateral management of West Coast-based vessels targeting HMS may be warranted. In its consideration of the circumstances listed, the HMSMT questioned the need for unilateral management in instances where the relative impact of the U.S. fleet is so minor that controls on the U.S. fleet alone would not have a significant biological effect on the stock. And this concludes the team report.
Thank you, Amber. Questions for Amber on the report? Okay. Thank you, Amber. Seeing none, that'll take us to council discussion because I don't see any those signups for public comment. Anyway, someone want to get us started here on this? See things to consider? John Ugeritz, John?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I just wanted to note that I support both the SSC and team recommendations to review the SDCs over the winter, for the SSC to review them. It sounds like the SSC has a plan to do that, and we can just ensure that it's in their workload so that we have something back in March that we can look at.
Okay, thank you, John. Anyone else? Does seem pretty cut and dried. statements on the SSC.
Mr. Chair.
Karen, please.
Thank you. I agree with John and just wanted to note the suggestion from NMFS that they work closely with the SSC on long-term approaches for the probabilistic assessment frameworks and other issues, and just wanted to encourage that collaboration to address the SSC's comment that they'd recommend a long-term approach to addressing this issue in addition to the short-term need of preparing us for the March meeting.
Thank you, Karen. Anyone else? Any motions? I think we need a motion on this since we're going to adopt criteria. Corey Niles. Corey.
Well, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I was remaining silent, agreeing in full with Karen and John, but would ask, would we need a motion? I think we don't have those criteria yet. We need some more work for March. I was hearing guidance, clear guidance, but so I wasn't anticipating we would need a motion. But if so, I think saying I'm very much on the same page as just spoken to.
I think you're correct. Okay. Well, we sort of have a good, clear guidance, it sounds like. And seeing no hands, man, it's only 10 o'clock. Kit?
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair. I think you've completed your business here. Clearly, there are these outstanding issues with the two EPO tuna stocks that hopefully we can find a path forward through the work of the SSC and collaboration with NMFS, and also involving the staff scientists from IATTC and report back in March. And then just to the last point about adopting the SDC, we can I think, look to complete this process in March and take that action in March for all the managed stocks and the criteria and quantities that are provided in the SAFE report. So we'll come back in March and take that action. And so with the guidance you've provided, I think we're done for today.
Okay. Well, thank you, Kit, for that summary. And with that completion of I3, I will hand the virtual gavel back to our chairman, Chair Groldick. Mark?
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Pettinger. Excellent job this morning on I1, 2, and 3. I hope I can follow similarly. We have our last HMS item, I4, Drift Gillnet Fishery Hard Caps update, and I will ask Kit to give us an overview.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Reading from the situation summary. The Council took final action in September 2015 on a proposal that included hard caps for selected protected species taken in the California-Oregon thresher shark, swordfish, large mesh drift gillnet fishery, or DGN fishery. Under this proposal, the fishery would immediately close if a hard cap, that is a limit on mortality or injury, were met or exceeded for certain protected species during a rolling 2-year period. The final rule implementing this action was published February 7th, 2020, with an effective date of March 9th of this year, reference to the Federal Register rule notice or final rule. This rulemaking has a long history involving withdrawal of the proposed rule by National Marine Fisheries Service and subsequent litigation precipitating the issuance of the final rule. And that is described in detail in the situation summary that you were given in March of this year, agenda item I4, so that even the same number, different month. In a June 9, 2017 letter, NMFS notified the council it had withdrawn the proposed rule, outlined the reasons for its action, and solicited modifications to the council proposal to avoid, quoting, significant economic effects such as those that are expected during a fishery closure of one or more fishing seasons. Such a revised proposal could, for example, include, again, quoting, reduced time area closures. NMFS was unable to consult with the council on potential modifications before the court ordered publication of the final rule implementing the regulations. After the March 2020 briefing on the rulemaking, the council requested NMFS return at a subsequent meeting to report on comments received on the final rule implementing hard caps, the details of the economic analysis that was the basis for withdrawing the proposed rule, and a range of viable measures the council could consider in a future rulemaking process. At this meeting, NMFS is prepared to brief the council on these items, and it has submitted a supplemental report in response to the request. So you have a supplemental NMFS report, and you also have reports from your two HMS advisory bodies, the subpanel and the management team. And also, I believe there's some public comment on this item. And so to conclude, the action for this agenda item as listed in the agenda is to review the NMFS report on response to comments on the final rule and a range of viable rulemaking measures for council consideration. So that concludes my overview.
Thanks very much, Kit. Let me see if there are any questions on your overview. And if not, we'll go straight away to Ryan Wolf for the NMFS report. Ryan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our NMFS report under agenda item I4 here summarizes some key findings from the economic analyses underpinning the final hard caps rule for the drift gillnet fleet, and provides examples of potential modifications to the current regulations to reduce costs. Following a court order, NMFS finalized the proposed hard caps regulations on February 7th, 2020, without changing anything from the proposed regulations. We also opened a 45-day public comment period on the final regulations that ended on March 23rd, 2020. Our report discusses several concerns with the final regulations stemming from economic analyses pursuant to Executive Order 12866 and the Regulatory Flexibility Act, and also related to MSA National Standard 7. We encourage the council and stakeholders to reevaluate the intended purpose of the hard caps regulations with respect to RFA requirements and the results of our economic analyses. Additionally, the council should consider whether the conservation benefits of hard caps warrant the costs to affected entities and potentially reconsider the purpose and need for the proposed action. To assist with this, our report provides more detail on the economic analysis. To summarize, our RFA analysis found that all drift gillnet participants qualify as small businesses and would face significantly adverse economic impacts from the regulations. We found that most drift gillnet participants are highly dependent on drift gillnet fishing for the majority of their annual revenue, especially during the months of November and January, and that their current permit holdings offered little opportunity to offset losses during this period. We concluded that the participants would need to seek alternative sources of income, and to do so, they would likely need to obtain additional fishing permits to offset significant economic losses during the closure periods. When a proposed action is anticipated to impose significant adverse impacts on a substantial number of small entities under the RFA, the supporting analysis should also contain a description of alternatives that can accomplish the stated objectives while minimizing any significant economic impact on small entities. In the case of hard caps, the Council's range of alternatives do not include viable alternatives that achieve the stated objectives while minimizing costs to small businesses in comparison to those expected under the preferred alternative. Given the state of California's Gillnet transition program and the Council's final preferred alternative for authorizing deep-set buoy gear, one question that NMFS considered in this report is whether an economic impact analysis of the existing hard caps regulations, if completed at a future date, would result in different conclusions. For example, as a result of fewer fishermen remaining in the pool of affected entities, or due to the potential for drift gillnet fishermen to fish with deep-set buoy gear. NMFS believes this is not the case, as all remaining drift gillnet fishery participants would be adversely affected during a closure resulting from the hard cap regulations. With respect to deep-set buoy gear, evaluation of potential economic opportunity is constrained by the relatively low amount of buoy gear effort to date, and the fact that all buoy gear effort has been carried out under exempted fishing permits. However, current records suggest that deep-set buoy gear fishing is not as profitable on a day-by-day basis as drift gillnet. For example, our preliminary analysis indicates that revenue per vessel per day of fishing may be on average 35% lower for vessels fishing under buoy gear EFPs when compared to drift gillnet gear. This comparison is described in more detail in our report. Additionally, it may not be reasonable to assume that all fishermen unable to fish drift gillnet gear due to a closure would be able to purchase new gear and obtain authorization to fish buoy gear under an EFP or an eventual limited entry program. Lastly, deep-set buoy gear does not appear to be a preferred gear type under prevailing weather conditions in November through January, when drift gillnet participants appear most dependent upon the fishery, i.e. drift gillnet landings represent the total share of their fishing revenues during that time. So given all those above concerns and considerations, NMFS is suggesting the Council consider an update to the purpose and need for conservation action, additional alternatives, or both. And in addition to reconsidering the significant impacts of the closure period, the Council could also consider other modifications that may further reduce costs, and we offer several specific suggestions to this effect in our report. Finally, our report closes with a summary of public comments received on the final regulations. We received 1 comment in support of the rule and 3 comments in opposition, and a brief synopsis of these comments is included in our report. And that concludes my summary of the NMFS report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wolf. Are there any questions on the NMFS report? All right, not seeing any questions. Thank you very much, Ryan. And we'll now go to the management team report. Liz Helmers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, council members. I will be reading the HMSMT's report into the record today. The Highly Migratory Species Management Team considered the NMFS report on DGN hardcaps and notes that in February 2020, NMFS implemented hardcaps as originally adopted by the Council in June of 2015 as a result of a court ruling. Due to NMFS determination that there would be significant negative economic impacts to fishery participants should a cap be reached, the Council must decide whether to revisit this regulation. If the Council moves forward, it should consider its conservation intention and the potential negative impact to the fishery from the hard caps regulation. In a joint discussion session, the HMSAS and the management team identified numerous unpredictable factors that may affect the future state of the fishery, including the California SB 1017 buyback program, unsettled litigation with both state and federal agencies, and a pending federal bill to ban DGN. While resolving these factors could provide clarity on baseline conditions in the fishery, the team does not view a lack of their resolution as a reason for the Council to postpone considering revisions to the current hard cap regulations. From a conservation perspective, there may be little urgency to revisit this agenda item so long as the current regulations remain in effect. But for participants in the fishery, as long as the hard caps remain in place, there is the possibility that they will undergo significant financial hardship should a 2-season closure be implemented. The team supports the NMFS recommendation for the Council to review and modify its purpose and needs statement to better reflect its stated intent for the action. One such example is aiming to incentivize bycatch avoidance behavior. The team could provide other suggestions to the Council for refining the statement of purpose and need, as well as action alternatives at a future meeting. Discussion also encompassed the potential for a court ruling in favor of industry's request to vacate the hard caps rule. Should this occur, the team recommends that the Council establish appropriate caps for marine turtle species, as there are no current take limits for turtles in the DGN fishery. However, the Council should not consider hard caps for marine mammals, as this bycatch is currently managed under the MMPA through the POC TRT. These recommendations are also supported by the HMS-AS. The team would like to remind the Council that the decision to modify the hard caps action cannot be postponed indefinitely. Therefore, the team recommends that the Council schedule the hard caps item for the June 2021 meeting, along with the team's annual DGN bycatch performance metrics report. This may allow for resolution of some of the previously mentioned factors affecting the fishery, while giving timely consideration to industry concerns. In addition, the team could work with the AS to develop a range of alternatives for reducing the potential negative economic impacts to the fishery while still addressing its conservation goals. Such alternatives could include changes to area and/or time closures, incentives for accountability through individual caps, or other approaches. And that concludes the team statement. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Liz. Are there questions on the team report? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Liz. Yeah, thanks for the candid statement to the team here. I'm curious on that last paragraph on the sentence about postponing indefinitely. And is that advice you're getting from NMFS? I don't remember the Council ever saying we wish to postpone this indefinitely. We gave clear signal. I heard last time this came up that we're here because we aren't postponing. But yeah, what is the thought behind that sentence there? If you could elaborate.
Thank you, Mr. Niles, for the question. The team was simply making that statement to emphasize the importance of taking this up in a timely manner. We did not feel that the Council had any intention of postponing this indefinitely, but we do see that there is some urgency for the participants in this fishery to address this sooner rather than later. And so that was simply what we were trying to convey.
Okay, thank you, Liz.
Louis M.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank the team for their thoughtful work. And I'm trying to get over here to my. Okay, on the second to last paragraph, I thought that was particularly interesting. That you spoke to that there's no current take limits for turtles in the DGN fishery, and that you then said that we should not consider hard caps for marine mammals. And as being assigned to the Pacific Offshore Cetacean Take Reduction Team myself, I'm particularly interested in that, and I wonder if NMFS had spoken to you about this, or where did this originate? Because this would certainly affect any direction that the Council would give to your team.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Zim. This was not something that NMFS directed us on. This was just kind of the team's feeling after having discussions with the AS and in looking at the analyses as for how often the fishery may potentially meet one of the marine mammal caps. When the Council originally developed hard caps, I think there was some sense of of concern from the team, as well as from the TRT and other groups that are involved in managing marine mammal bycatch under MMPA, to the degree that is biologically appropriate. And the team just felt that they weren't necessarily warranted from a biological perspective because it was already handled under the TRT and the MMPA process. But should the current hard caps rule be vacated, there would be no limits for turtles. And while they are a protected species, it did seem prudent to us to have some sort of control in place for those specific species.
Thank you very much for that, through the chair. I was also concerned with some of the triggers for marine mammals that seem to be well in excess of what the Marine Mammal Act called for. And it is particularly interesting that we don't have any limits specifically tailored to turtles. So thank you very much.
Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Liz. Thanks to the team for their report. I'm also focusing on the next to the last paragraph in the report. And I'm particularly focusing on the next to the last sentence, which starts with, however, the council should not consider hard caps for marine mammals. And I want to make sure what you are saying as a team. I think the council clearly made a policy call that while hard caps for marine mammals weren't necessarily required by law, the policy call was that it was appropriate to have hard caps for marine mammals in this particular instance and with respect to this fishery. And so I just want to make sure that I'm interpreting what the team is saying. You're suggesting that the council should reverse course on that policy call they made previously with respect to including hard caps for marine mammals as part of the management strategy for the DGN fishery.
Thank you for your question, Mr. Anderson. To try to clarify this and answer your question, the team's understanding of the council's intent with hard caps for the DGN fishery was to incentivize a change in fishing behavior that would help minimize bycatch or minimize interactions with protected species. And if that is in fact the council's intent, I think a lot of what the team discussed was the fact that when this was originally adopted back in 2015, the DGN fishery looked much different than it does now, and that it will likely in the future, and that those hard cap numbers may not actually serve the purpose that the council was defining in its purpose and need. And so because of the reduced size of the active DGN fishery through the buyout program, and because of other considerations, the team didn't feel that having additional hard caps for the marine mammals would actually change fishing behavior for participants, at least not on a fishery-wide level. And so a different approach seemed to be the way that the team felt the council should move should the court vacate this rule. And I think that's a big unknown right there. And so this was just something that the team felt that we should put forward for the council to consider in light of changes that have occurred since original adoption of hard caps.
Phil, does that answer your question?
I understand the response.
All right, Michael Clark. Michael, you're not unmuted. There you go.
Sorry about that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the report, Liz. Liz, I guess I was just curious as to what management of marine mammals looks like currently under the TRT. Say, you know, a drift gillnet set were to interact with 2 bottlenose dolphins, for example. What would then be the next step, or what would management under the TRT look like at that time?
Thank you for your question, Mr. Clark. My understanding, I don't know what PBR is for bottlenose dolphins, but the way I understand the process to work is that under MMPA, the fishery is managed through the potential biological removal, or PBR. And so should interactions in the drift gillnet fishery happen for any of, you know, the species, then, and that interaction exceeded PBR, which is calculated on a 5-year window, then the TRT would convene and they would determine what action was appropriate to mitigate or to manage that interaction. I'm sure that you could probably get a much better explanation from NMFS on this, but that's my understanding as to what that process is.
Thank you.
Further questions of the team on their report? Thank you very much, Liz. Now, Dave Rudy with the advisory subpanel report.
Good morning, Chairman and Council members.
Good morning.
I'd like to read our report. The advisory subpanel appreciates the Council's attention to the matter of drift gillnet hard caps that are now in effect as of March 2020. Litigation challenging the validity of the hard caps rule is ongoing, as is the buyout mandated by SB 1017, along with further pending federal legislation. While it makes sense for the Council to defer another look at DGN hard caps until after those are settled, we are concerned about the possibility of a fishery closure under the current implemented hard cap rule, which could severely compromise the remaining fishermen who are still trying to make a living targeting HMS species using DGN gear. It is worth noting that since the Council took the final action in September 2015, there has not been an observed take of any hard cap species in the DGN fishery. Also in 2018, the list of fisheries, National Marine Fisheries Service reclassified the California thresher swordfish drift gillnet as from category 1 to category 2, so less dangerous. Whether the judge vacates the rule on hard caps or not, the advisory subpanel recommends the Council schedule further discussions on this matter. However remote, is not outside the realm of possibilities that the fishery could be closed for 2 years based on interactions in this week of fishing. Specifically, we recommend the Council task the management team to consult with the advisory subpanel in addressing the concern raised in the National Marine Fisheries Service report on drift gillnet fishery hard caps. For example, to address the short-term economic hardships noted by National Marine Fisheries Service, analysis could consider the following alternative measures. One concept is an individual vessel-based hard cap and regulatory response, which would not unnecessarily punish fishermen who did not contribute to the attainment of the hard cap. 2, dynamic management of time and area closures that allow for fishing activities in areas where risk of entanglements is low. Fishery participants are currently considered additional electronic monitoring functionalities which provide added accountability and justification for shorter and geographically limited closures. 3, utilize existing capacities in lowering entanglement risks of hardcast species. In addition to the use of EcoCast, National Marine Fisheries Service biologists tag track leatherback turtles and aerial surveys and other efforts monitoring whale concentrations off the California coast for the Dungeness crab fisheries may be useful for participating DGN interactions. National Marine Fisheries Service or other could establish a warning system using these data shared with fishermen when turtles are approaching fishing grounds to reduce the risk of incidental interactions. Next, review the proposed need given the current characteristics of the DGN fleet and effort levels, and revisit the 100% monitoring option aligned with hard caps that would incentivize the use of electronic monitoring. In conclusion, we recommend the Council revisit DGN hard caps and monitoring requirements early next year. We share the concerns about economic impacts to any small business that may result from a 2-year closure if the current hard caps are triggered and a closure results. Litigation and buyback process are both likely to be resolved by March 2021, giving more clarity in the value of developing reasonable options that will improve the balance between economic costs and conservation benefits. Concludes my report.
Thank you very much, Dave. Are there questions of Dave on the HMSAS report? Michael Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Dave. Dave, could you what's the universe of active vessels fishing in 2020 in this fishery?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Mr. Clark. There's approximately 10 vessels fishing right now. There's probably, somewhere between 10, 15 potential active vessels right now.
Excellent. Thank you.
Any further questions of the AS? Thanks very much, Dave.
Thank you.
Well, that completes our reports.
Phil Anderson has a comment.
Oh,
a question.
I didn't. Phil, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to thank the advisory panel for bringing forward their report here and for giving us some examples and alternative methods to implement the policy call that was previously made to have hard caps on a variety of species, and appreciate their constructive approach to the problem. Thank you.
Any questions, any further questions of the AS? That does complete the reports. Takes us to public comment. I have 5, I believe. And so we'll take it in the order here. Mariela Rios, followed by Tara Brock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. My name is Mariela Rios. I'm a graduate student at Scripps Institution of Oceanography, and I'm interested in the ongoing efforts of the drift gillnet fishery and the transition into a more sustainable one. I would like to express my concern that the drift gillnet fishery has had ongoing conservation and management efforts for several years now, even prior to the final rule of 2015. And there has been several different approaches from the community, the state, and the federal level to get this fishery out of the water due to the high amount of bycatch. We know that there are only a few individual permit holders, and many of which remain inactive, which means that a lot of effort has been put into the managing bycatch of this fishery, yet there's only a really low number of people benefiting from it. I acknowledge that the fishermen have been working hard to reduce the potential for entanglements. However, as we know, a transition away from the drift gillnet is already happening, and several fishermen have already surrendered their permits and nets. Hence, I do ask that when considering the Biennial rulemaking measures, all of the money and the effort that has been allocated into this fishery is taken into account. There has been a lot of investment from the conservation community. There has been attempts at state law, federal law, buyout, and attempts to change management plans. So a lot of efforts from a lot of people has been put into a relatively small fishery. And as we know, there's only a few permits that are active right now. My question is, how much more are we willing to invest? And maybe it is not worth spending millions of dollars and all the energy into a very complex tool for only a small amount of permits. How do we continue to abide by the MSA and the National Standard 7, which states that conservation and management measures shall, where practicable, minimize the costs and avoid unnecessary duplication? I asked the council to consider all this investment and to what extent can this be sustained. In closing, I would like to recommend the council that instead of investing in new rulemaking and increasing management efforts, at this point, the resources should be allocated towards transitioning to a sustainable and profitable swordfish fishery by assisting the fishermen to transition and allocate those resources towards more sustainable methods, such as the deep sea buoy gear, or other measures that can selectively reduce minimal bycatch. That concludes my statement. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rios. Are there any questions? Thank you very much for your public comment. Tara Brock. Tara, you may be muted on your side. Tara, we're not hearing you. Tara, it is unmuted. I see that, but it may be muted on your side. Why don't we go ahead to Kimberly Rogers, and then we'll come back to you, Tara. So Kimberly Rogers.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. Thank you for this opportunity to comment, and thank you to everyone who has spoken this morning. It's been great to listen to and learn from you all. My name is Kimberly Rogers. I am a graduate student at Scripps Institution of Oceanography. I am in support of the drift gillnet fishery hard caps. I would like to echo that these regulations are consistent with the MSA. I agree with previous comments, like Oceana's written comment that urged for 100% observation on the authorization of deep set buoy gear. By setting forth these regulations, a standard is set that acknowledges that there is more we can do to be sustainable and that we're not idling in the past. These regulations are consistent with the MSA National Standards 2 and 9, that they are based on the best available science and they minimize bycatch. It has been observed that 2/3 of this fishery is bycatch. While the focus of this regulation is on marine mammals, it's important to acknowledge that many other non-target species are caught as well, including rarely seen sharks, molas, and many others. By enforcing this regulation and shifting away from drift gillnets, these species will be protected as well. Thus, the best available science and technology has shown that there are better options available. Historically, these fisheries have not been observed adequately. By reaching 100% observation, we'll have a better understanding of what is caught, how much is caught, and when it is, which will determine if and when the closure should occur. I agree with former comments that the Council and NMFS look ahead towards more sustainable practices in the swordfish fishery by completing the authorization of deep set buoy gear. The technology exists to reduce bycatch, so it is past time to move on from drift gillnets. I want to acknowledge the fishermen whose lifestyle and livelihoods are impacted by this regulation. It's important to ensure that they will be financially stable and supported through this transition. However, there are already mechanisms to support them, and it's critical to move forward with new technology. I support the Council's intent to incentivize drift gillnet fishermen to fish more selectively and urge that all fishermen who want to make the transition to deep set buoy gear or participate in the drift gillnet transition program are able to do so easily and with support. In conclusion, these hard caps will pave the way towards sustainability. By setting the standard, the Pacific Fishery Management Council and NMFS are establishing that the way forward in the commercial fishing is to adapt and implement cleaner technology, avoid non-target species as often as possible, and keep the ocean filled with awe-inspiring animals. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. Are there any questions of Ms. Rogers on her public comment? I'm not seeing any hands, so let's go back to Tara Brock. Tara, let's see if we can hear you now. All right.
Can you hear me?
Oh, now we got you. Welcome,
right,
Tara.
Thank you. Apologies again. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the council. As I said this morning, technical difficulties seem to be part of 2020. For the record, my name is Tara Brock with Oceana. Oceana continues to support the hard caps as implemented and maintains that the rule is consistent with the Magnuson-Stevens Act Fishery Conservation and Manage Act requirements. We do recommend that the council reaffirm its original decision from 2015, which was well supported by the record and discussions at council meetings over almost 2 years, including considerations of the potential economic impacts on the fleet. We also maintain that NMFS economic analysis did not consider all relevant factors as detailed more specifically in our comment letter, and that the analysis also ignores the social considerations that underpin the council's decision and focuses purely on balancing the conservation benefit with the economic impacts. We also take issue with NMFS comparison of deep-set buoy gear and drift gill net revenue without comparing the cost of fishing both gear types to determine and compare the actual profit margins for fishermen. We are also concerned with the management team's suggestion that the council should not consider hard caps on marine mammals. The decision to include marine mammals in the hard cap rule was an affirmative policy decision made by a vote of the council. And the council was clear at the time that it was acting under Magnuson-Stevens Act authority to address the social impacts of the drift gill net fishery to communities up and down the coast and go beyond the requirements of the Marine Mammal Protection Act. NMFS was vocal in its support of this action and voted in favor of these species inclusion in the hard cap rule. We are also somewhat dismayed by the management team noting the potential for the court to rule in the industry's favor without noting that the converse could also occur, that the court could uphold the hard cap rule as implemented, obviating the need to revisit or revise the rule. This does not appear to be a balanced assessment of the current situation and fails to provide the council with pertinent information on the potential outcomes of litigation. And finally, we note that the ongoing implementation of the California Transition Program, ongoing federal legislation, and litigation over these issues could change the landscape of this fishery. And we believe the council's time and resources are better spent developing a transition program for the drift gill net fleet and supporting the state's ongoing efforts. With that, I will happy to answer any questions, and thank you for consideration of our comments and your attention to these issues.
Thank you very much, Tara. Are there any questions of Tara? All right, thank you very much, Tara. Next, Jacob Isaac Lowry.
Hey, good morning. Can everyone hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Great. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the council. I just wanted to provide a quick update on the status of testing EM in the DGN fishery. And while the NIFWIF proposal that was submitted this year on behalf of the participating fleet was ultimately not selected for award, I would like to thank both NMFS and the participating fishermen for their time, energy, and support in crafting a competitive and compelling proposal. I'd also like to share with the council that the whole intent to demonstrate a viable EM option in this fishery is not dependent on the NIFWIF funding, and we will be actively looking at other avenues to move forward with this important work, especially given the key role EM can play in allowing policy managers better optionality to employ with confidence alternative mitigation measures such as depth restrictions that would not be and would not impose such economic hardship on the fishery. So happy to take any questions the council may have at this time, and thanks so much.
All right, thanks very much, Jacob. Are there any questions for Jacob? Louis Zim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you very much for your testimony, Jacob. Very, very interesting. Been wondering how that's been going, and looking forward to seeing more reports. And how do you think that your work could be applied to other fisheries? Have you been thinking about contacting other fisheries to do some of this work?
Well, thank you for the question. I appreciate it. The short answer is yes, sir. We have been in contact with a few other fisheries where this could be applicable, specifically around kind of improving the response time to management systems as a function of bycatch mitigation, like the entanglement issue we're all familiar with some of the fixed gear fisheries. So the short answer is yes, we're looking to apply the results of this more broadly. And again, I would just like to kind of give a public thank you to the participating fishermen from the DGN fleet on our proposal for leaning into this process and being willing to demonstrate technology and a platform that may be broadly applicable to a lot of other guys and in different fisheries at this time, if that's helpful.
Yes, it is. And I'm looking forward to more reports. Good work.
Thank you. Absolutely.
All right. Are there any other questions of this public comment or on this agenda item? Not seeing any. Thanks very much, Jacob. Last and certainly not least, Teresa Labriola.
Good morning, Chair Gorelnik and members of the council. I'm Teresa Labriola with Wild Oceans, and I'm providing comments today on behalf of Wild Oceans and the Pew Charitable Trusts. The council is tasked today with reviewing the NMFS report on the response to comments on the final drift gillnet hard cap rule. And after re-reviewing, I guess, the council's deliberations from 2014 and 2015 and considering the NMFS report, we support maintaining the hard caps as adopted by the council in 2015, which are consistent with the Magnuson-Stevens Act. The council had a very deliberate process that led to final action in September 2015. The council first included hard caps on the drift gillnet fishery as a goal in the swordfish and management and monitoring plan. When the council started to discuss how do we transition away from drift gillnets, how do we improve or reduce bycatch in our swordfish fisheries, so that's where this came from. After analyzing a full range of alternatives, including those more conservation focused than the alternatives selected, the council finally chose the final alternative. The council, of course, heard extensive analysis from their management team. They received advice from their advisory subpanels, and they considered many, many hours of public comment. And in the end, designed the current alternatives specifically to address and reduce the economic impacts on the fishery from some of the other alternatives that groups such as ours actually preferred. Given this, it's very clear that the council understood the consequences of the hard caps and intended the caps to act as an incentive for fishermen to further innovate in the fishery and to reduce bycatch in this fishery, which had, the bycatch in this fishery had really piqued the public's interest, especially with the catch of multiple sperm whales back, earlier in the decade. Again, the council deliberately selected this rolling 2-year hard caps that were developed to mitigate concerns raised at the time by members of the drift gillnet fleet, while still accomplishing their management goals of hard caps. In fact, in its final regulatory impact review and regulatory flexibility analysis for the hard cap, NMFS stated, due to the implementation issues associated with alternatives 1 through 4 and the adverse economic impacts associated with alternative 5, suboptions 1 and 2, alternative 6 was chosen as the preferred alternative. This appears to underscore that the Council was responsive to concerns raised by the fleet during deliberations around hard caps, and they developed Alternative 6 to address these concerns. Given this, the Council understood the consequences of the hard caps and intended the caps to act as an incentive for fishermen to further innovate. We're concerned that the NMFS economic analysis does not accurately describe behavioral changes fishermen might take to avoid reaching the caps or alternative opportunities available to fishermen, but assumes a status quo scenario. For example, some active drift gill net fishermen also hold deep set buoy gear EFP permits. NMFS does not consider whether or how this might impact reaching the hard caps or reduce the economic harm. Further, some active drift gill net fishermen have participated in the buyout, the California State Drift Gill Net buyout, reducing capacity in the drift gill net fishery. However, NMFS has not considered how reduced capacity might reduce the likelihood of reaching the hard caps and closing the fishery. Furthermore, while NMFS states that drift gill net fishermen prefer to fish with drift gill net in the latter half of the year, both deep set buoy gear and linked buoy gear are emerging alternatives. And as we saw earlier today in the bluefin tuna issue, many of the deep set buoy gear fishermen, some of who used to be drift gill net fishermen, are now participating in a hook and line bluefin fishery, which is also profitable. While NMFS provides the Council with concerns about the cost of hard caps to the fishery, they do not present the Council with analysis on the conservation benefits granted and gained by reducing bycatch of endangered sea turtles and marine mammals. As the team points out, there are no hard caps or caps on turtles. In 2017, NMFS scientists found that Pacific leatherbacks are declining rapidly, such that every turtle counts for sustainability and sustaining and hopefully recovering the population. In that report, the author noted that one leatherback turtle killed as bycatch between 2012 and 2015 was a rare but not negligible instance of interaction that still required measures to reduce the deaths of caught turtles. The marine mammal limits were contemplated to provide conservation and social benefits beyond those of the MMPA and the take reduction team, and was a policy decision made by the Council. The marine mammal and turtle limits were strongly supported by the conservation community, and many of us also supported not only stronger limits on those protected species, but as well on finfish species that are important to protecting the open ocean ecosystem. The Council asked NMFS to provide them with concrete alternatives to closing the fishery if and when a hard cap is reached. While NMFS has provided some general ideas, they are not ready for implementation, in my opinion, or in line with the Council's intent to reduce bycatch in the drift gill net fishery and incentivize fishing behavior. For example, NMFS suggests that the Council could take habitat utilization into account when considering closures. It does not provide an example of additional time area closures that would be possible. While spatial planning tools such as EcoCast that were recommended by the HMSAS were recommended, very few, if any, drift gill net fishermen have expressed a willingness to participate in this program or have shown that they have participated in this program or other such electronic monitoring efforts in the past. Other suggestions, such as individual vessel hard caps, are really inconsistent with the Council's intent to reduce bycatch. For example, with a one turtle catch limit, individual vessel limits are in opposite to reducing bycatch. If multiple vessels caught one turtle, you would greatly impact this species. I would like to echo the comments of Mariela Rios about the cost of managing the fishery. I'm glad somebody brought that up. The hard cap rule, like many other management measures to reduce bycatch in indiscriminate gears, increase management costs to protect small fisheries and illustrate why we should invest in sustainable gear research, development, and authorization. Finally, we note that the drift gill net fishery is currently in a state of transition. Active fishermen are participating in the states of California's drift gill net transition program, and drift gill net permits are scheduled to expire in 2024. The state drift gill net permits are scheduled to expire in 2024. For these reasons, we urge the Council to decline to reconsider hard caps on the drift gill net fishery and focus Council time instead on efforts to continue to reduce bycatch in the West Coast swordfish fishery through authorization of deep set buoy gear, linked buoy gear, and further research on sustainable fishing gear. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Teresa. Are there any questions of Teresa on her public comment? Thank you very much, Teresa. So that completes public comment, as well as the reports we received earlier, and takes us to our council action, which is on the screen there. We have reviewed the NMFS report, and we have before us, obviously not a decision on hard caps per se, but a decision on how the council wants to address the items raised in the NMFS report. So I'm sure we have some discussion here and perhaps some suggestions for how the council should move forward. We've obviously had some suggestions from the management team as well as the AS and public comment. So John Ugoretz, thank you for raising your hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to you. The council has repeatedly reaffirmed its commitment to both hard caps and increased monitoring in the large mesh drift gillnet fishery. And the state of California position on these issues has not changed. As of now, the council adopted hard caps are in place in NMFS regulations. It's clear, however, that NMFS will be reconsidering this rule as indicated in statements both in the final rule itself and in court proceedings. And while I agree that the court has not ruled on the ongoing challenge to NMFS's rule, I've never heard of a court finding in favor of a defendant when that defendant has stated in writing that they agree with the plaintiff. And as such, I think it's critical that the council weigh in on the matter and provide NMFS with recommendations and guidance on what sorts of changes could achieve the council's continued desire to limit bycatch in the fishery while addressing the deficiencies that NMFS has noted. Additionally, I think the council could more clearly articulate that the purpose of hard caps is not just to limit bycatch, but to encourage fishing practices which actively avoid bycatch. We certainly don't need to make these recommendations today, and given workload and staff issues that we've discussed at length in recent meetings, the management team's proposed timeframe to hold these discussions makes sense. I would not ask the team to eliminate hard caps for marine mammals, but rather to focus on the management reaction to reaching a hard cap, regardless of the species. I'm sure there's other folks who have more to say about the issue. Thanks.
Thank you very much, John. Maybe those other folks will raise their hands and I will call on them to add to Phil Anderson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate everybody's contribution to the discussion today, the National Marine Fisheries Service, the team, our advisory panel, and the members of the public. And I won't repeat in its entirety what I have said at previous meetings in terms of the investment of time that the council and the fishing community as a whole and our environmental community as a whole put into this, to the decision that was made back in 2015. And I know there's been some turnover in council members around the table here since that action. I guess I would just share that there's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears put into this one, and it was a very difficult decision. I will also say, I think at the time, but I like John continue to support the action we took. I think I would highly recommend that we not, get into the numbers and the species that were included in the decision, but instead focus on, I think, what John termed the management reaction if we encounter a cap. So I think that is, I would hope that we would kind of narrow our consideration to that aspect of the rule. And I think the general time frame that the team put forward seemed like a reasonable one. And I also would definitely concur with John that they not focus on the policy call that's already been made in terms of the hard caps being in place, but instead taking a look at the management reaction and the question about what happens when a cap is reached. And there were some things included in the advisory panel's report too, in terms of some examples that might merit further consideration, but I wouldn't want to limit the thinking to those. So those are my thoughts, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Phil. Further discussion here?
Mr. Chair, this is Karin.
Oh, Karin, yes. We need to give you a hand at some point.
I'm raising it. You just can't see it. But thank you. I wanted to weigh in here as well. I think John's comments and Phil's comments will foreshadow my own, not a big departure. And I know we don't want to be redundant with each other's comments, but I think that this is such a really important and concerning issue for so many people that I think it warrants individual comment from me. I was one of the council members who helped make this decision for the council, and I agree with Phil. It was done in a very thoughtful, intentional manner, and it was one we struggled with individually and as a council. And I still support the approach. I understand the situation that has arisen from that decision from NMFS perspective and the struggle that they're having. But incentivization was part of that intent. That was very central to our decision at the time. And so I support what we did and why we did it and how we did it. I support moving forward, addressing or considering alternatives in adjusting elements of the program. That management response aspect of it without fundamentally throwing out the decision or the intent. And I think that the team's request, as well as NMFS and the AS, to revisit the purpose and needs statement is certainly warranted and would help us kind of reiterate that and refresh that. But I don't want to go through, and I don't think that the council, from what I'm hearing today, wants to go through a fundamental shift here. This is more about planning for adjustments to what we have in place to meet some of the severe impacts that have been described economically, and the timeline that's been laid out to revisit this in June with the DG and Bycatch report makes sense to me. I think that's all I'll share at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Karin. Further discussion or perhaps a suggestion for some specific action by the council here, at least in terms of scheduling. We have a suggestion from both the AS and the management team, and the public and the council members have already spoken to that. John Ugoretz.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. If there's no further council discussion, I do have a motion that I think would achieve that goal.
Well, I think we can still have council discussion on your motion. So please go ahead, John. It'll crystallize things for us.
Thank you. And if we can pull it up. Thank you. I move that the council task the Highly Migratory Species Management Team and Highly Migratory Species Advisory Subpanel to develop potential options for clarifying the purpose and need for hard caps in the large mesh drift gillnet fishery, and to develop alternative hard cap approaches that address NMFS concerns regarding potential negative economic impacts, while still meeting the council's goal to incentivize fishing behavior that minimizes bycatch for the June 2021 meeting.
John, is the language on the screen complete and accurate?
Yes.
And just to clarify, when you earlier stated in your public comment that minimizes bycatch would incorporate both turtles and marine mammals?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, in speaking to my motion, was going to talk about that. I did not include it specifically in the motion, but my intent is to focus on changes other than changing the list of species that would still affect our goals and meet NMFS's needs.
All right, and I just want to make sure that's clear for the record. Phil Anderson, you have your hand up for a second, I assume?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Phil. And John, please speak to your motion.
Thanks. I think I've spoken to it in my comments. I do feel this is a very important matter. I feel that the council needs to continue to push forward, noting that there is a rule in place. And so the immediacy is not as direct as it might be if there was not. And I feel that the management team and advisory subpanel, given the guidance we've provided today, can come up with some options that we can consider to then provide as recommendations to NMFS.
All right, thank you, John. Are there any questions for John on his motion or discussion on the motion? Corey, followed by Louis.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I was going to speak up earlier, but waiting for someone to express a different point of view. Don't want to be redundant to what Cara, John, and Phil spoke to very nicely. I did want to say a couple things for the record. Yeah, this is a tough issue for a lot of people. This is like the first time that we've actually taken up the question of the economics, the concerns NMFS had. I appreciate the NMFS report and laying all that out for us. I don't want to take time here to explain why we have some significant differences from theirs, and I don't want to get into legalistic arguments here, although John may. I wouldn't be surprised if there is some probability that John may see for the first time, a court go against a defendant when agreeing with the plaintiff. That is a possibility in my mind. But the point here is I'm supporting this motion and doing so not because I think we have to legally wise. I think the council's rule is valid, but we're doing this because we want to, not because we have to. And I think the way to get through some of these differences on the economic side of things is to take a look at some different management responses or reactions and do it like we do normally, comparing and contrasting alternatives on how we meet the goal while minimizing the adverse impacts on fishing communities. So thanks, John, for the motion. Not to go on too long there, but I'm speaking in support.
Thank you very much. Mr. Zim.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I will be supporting this motion. However, I do have a question to the maker of the motion. I was particularly interested in the second to last paragraph the HMST's report, as you heard earlier, and I'm just wondering if his intent is to preclude any consideration of the comment that the council should not consider hard catch from marine mammals, as this bycatch is currently managed under the Marine Mammal Protection Act. Is this something that they could look into, or are we specifically precluding that? Thank you.
John?
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Mr. Zim, for the question. I think, as I've stated, that we are directing the team to focus on the management response to if a hard cap is met, regardless of the species. I think it's up to the council if we chose to make any changes to that species list to do that, but I'm not making that specific recommendation.
Thank you.
Okay, further discussion on the motion. Bill Anderson.
Well, I'm not sure everybody understood. Well, wait a minute. I'm not sure I understood Mr. Ugeritz's response to Mr. Zim's question, because my answer would have been no, we are not leaving that door open for an assignment to the team to consider. Instead, we are focusing on the aspects of the rule that are addressed in this motion. So if I am mistaken on that, I would like to know.
John, do you feel the need to clarify your response?
I guess I have to if it's that confusing. I think I made in my statement before making my motion the comment that I do not want the team to focus on changes to the species, but rather the management response. And that is still my answer.
Phil?
Thank you, John.
Louis?
And thank you also, John, and thank you, Phil. Though I may not entirely agree, I do appreciate the clarification, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
Phil, you have your hand up? All right, further discussion on the motion. I am not seeing any further hands. So in a moment, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Abstentions? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much, John, for that motion. Is there further council action on this agenda item? Further discussion on the agenda item? Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to comment on the bullet points in the SAS report, and I think that it's the ideas of working on individual hard caps and regulatory responses, the dynamic time and area closures, and all of those things. It seems to me that the people that are prosecuting this fishery can have some very good ideas. There are a lot of really good ideas floating around, particularly with EM and the development of that, as well as some of the cooperative structures, given the fact that there seems to be like 12 vessels that are, at least that was my understanding, that are participating in this. And that could maybe borrowing from some of the existing cooperative structures and investigating those could be very informative and possibly get to a point where some of those mechanisms could really alleviate concerns about overages and hard caps and how to manage those hard caps within a fleet. I also think that I heard in public comment Mr. Lowry talking about not getting his NIFWIF grant, and I'd be interested in some proactive work to make sure that there's some examples of this and how it could work if that's possible given the financial constraints. It seems to me that this is showing your homework and understanding what's going on in this fishery. And we heard also in that report that there have been no observed take of any hard cap species in the DGN fishery. And so it seems like maybe either happenstance or something's changed. And the only way to know that is to have verification and understanding of it, in a real-time basis. So I look forward to hopefully industry coming forth at the next opportunity here to really maybe think outside the box a bit of how this can be, how this fishery could work a little better. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
All right, thanks for that, Bob. Any further discussion on this agenda item by the council? And not seeing any hands, we'll turn back to Kit and see how we're doing on this agenda item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, you had considerable discussion about the way forward here, a motion with some clear guidance supported by that discussion. So I think, and you can pursue this a bit further tomorrow, but the sentiment is to come back in June of next year to consider potential modifications to the regulations, if I may put it that way, but with a clear direction that would focus on the management response, and the council at this time is not interested in revisiting the list of species or the hard cap numbers that have been adopted through this rulemaking. So hopefully that's a reasonably accurate characterization. And with that, I think you are done with this agenda item.
I see. John, you had your hand up for a moment. Did you have something?
Yeah, I've heard it a couple times now, and I just want to make sure I'm clear that the hard cap numbers are based on currently on a 2-year rolling cap. If the management response changed to something other than a 2-year rolling cap, those numbers might have to change to reflect that. I don't know that they would, but I don't want to leave people with the impression that the numbers themselves might not be suggested to change depending on how we are managing it. So I would not make the 1-year cap the same as a 2-year cap, because I would want to, again, incentivize that behavior that avoids it.
All right, thanks, John. So I think that concludes this agenda item, which also concludes our HMS work for this meeting, except for the discussion we'll certainly have during workload planning. And it is 11:18. We do have some administrative items to complete our day, but we're going to take those up at 1 o'clock, giving us a generous lunch break here. But before sending anyone away, I want to check with the Executive Director, Chuck Tracy, to see if he has any announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I don't, other than just to enjoy your lunch and hopefully be productive and and get a little relaxation in. But no agenda shuffling or anything like that is expected. So we'll come back for standardized bycatch reporting methodology, agenda item C3 at 1 o'clock.
All right. Thanks everyone for your good work this morning. We'll see you at 1 o'clock.
I've got 1 o'clock, so we'll get started here in a moment. Well, welcome back from lunch. Good afternoon, everyone. Also want to welcome Frank Lockhart and Rachel Baker to the table. We are now on agenda item C3, standardized bycatch reporting, preliminary review. And Brett Weedoff is in the staff seat. So Brett, why don't you kick this off?
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick mic check.
You're loud and clear.
Okay, great. I have a PowerPoint presentation to run through as part of the overview, so I'd like to share that. Hopefully you can see that.
Yes.
Great. So we're under agenda item C3, standardized bycatch reporting methodology. There's a few attachments into this agenda item. I'm not going to go into the details of these attachments, but I just want to make note of those. These are hyperlinks, so you could go ahead and click on them if you need to. Attachment 1 is the final rule that National Fisheries Service put out on this bycatch reporting methodology. It comes out in quite a deep bit of detail and a lot of Q&A. Under attachment 2, I took that final rule and I summarized that information, and I developed some criteria for this consistency review. Specifically, at the end of the document, I posed those criteria as questions to the council and to advisory bodies, and then added a table in there as an example for advisory bodies to use to run through. And so I'll get to that, but I don't want to go through all the definitions. I'm not going to do that. This is more of an overview about the process and what the findings were by the ABs. Once I'm done here, then we'll go ahead and look at the AB reports. So there's pieces of information I took out of the respective FMPs and attached those in 3, 4, 5, and 6. And then we have several supplemental reports in the briefing book. The council action here is to review the fishery management plans for consistency with the final rule and discuss next steps. And I do note that this is the first step, so it's really a preliminary look in this whole review process. And so I summarized here the review process that all amendments based on the final rule need to be consistent, all FMPs need to be consistent with the final rule by February 21 of 22. And then after that, we would look again every 5 years at each FMP to make sure that we're remaining consistent with this final rule. So here we are in November. We're doing a preliminary review of each FMP for consistency. It's the first time we're looking at this. And then we're also going to try to identify any FMPs that may need to be amended. I summarized sort of the next steps as if amendments are needed, then we'd want to schedule some time during future council meetings to verify the need for an amendment and examine the workload associated with that and really kind of think about how to package those amendments if they're needed. And then schedule further council action to complete those amendments. What we have in the year at a glance is in June, we have further scoping on this issue. In September, we pick a range of alternatives or think about the ways and means we want to amend our FMPs if needed, and then look in November to take final action. The outcomes of the review, this is quoted from the final rule, is the review should provide information sufficient for National Fisheries Service to determine whether an FMP needs to be amended. And my interpretation of that information is really we should probably document if the FMP is consistent with the final rule and transmit that information to NMFS. And I also see here if amendments are needed, then we'd want to develop some proposed amendments and transmit those to NMFS as well. Added to that, though, there's a piece in the final rule that talks about fishery research plans, and if those need to be amended or tinkered with, then we're going to need to give NMFS guidance on that information. And so the goal, of course, is to transmit all these actions, if needed, to NMFS after the November 2021 council meeting so that all the FMPs are consistent by February 2022. So what I did was I wanted the ABs to take a quick look at the FMP. They didn't need to give me a grand detailed analysis. That's why I created this table 1 and some criteria questions to take a quick look and give me your reaction to this. And so what we did is I presented that information to all the management teams and any advisory body from the industry that will want to listen on this and get up to speed. Basically, it's really mostly a management team exercise because they typically look at their FMPs in detail. And so I turned to them and asked them, would you please mark on this table a yes where the FMP may meet the requirement? And if you could, please provide a section number so that we have a reference to that. And then if no, then just if it's not found or it's incomplete, could you identify that, or maybe the section where it might be should live, or that kind of information needs to be added into where it should be added. The goal really was to give you, the council, a sense of what the workload might be. So my idea here is to take that information here from November meeting, go back to the office and work with council staff internally over the course of time until the next meeting to really verify the findings of each of the advisory bodies. And if we need to, we could reach back out to the advisory bodies over that period of time to clarify the changes needed, or if there's something new that we found that might have been overlooked, anything like that. And then come back to you at some point to do the further scoping, which right now, like I said, is set to be for next June. I am not certain about the SSC's involvement yet, but I think they may need to have a look at this at some point when we develop this final package, especially if fisheries research plans need to be changed or updated. So that I'm not certain, but just so you know, the SSC has not looked at this just yet. So you won't find a report from them in the briefing book. So just last slide here, the preliminary results of what we have. I compiled those from the reports that we received. In the CPS FMPs, there could be some deficiencies noted under data uncertainty. Under the Pacific groundfish FMP, it seems that all things are kosher. It seems like the FMP is consistent with the final rule. For the highly migratory species, there could be some potential different deficiencies noted under data uncertainty and data use for the commercial fisheries. And then I do note at the bottom of that table regarding recreational fisheries, there could be some deficiencies under all criteria. So that's one of those that we're going to have to take a hard look at, I think, to see what is needed and what the workload might be to get that up to snuff. Regarding the Pacific salmon FMP, there might be some deficiencies noted here under data uncertainty criteria. So it doesn't seem like a heavy lift at this point. And I just want to say that we'll take a look at this information, like I said, internally, and then try to come back to you at some future meeting to do some further scoping and to verify the need for FMPs and then how we want to package that. So that's really my overview of the information in the briefing book and some of the results here. I'm happy to take questions on what I presented, and then we could go ahead and move to the AB reports.
All right, thanks very much, Brett. Before we turn to the reports, let me see if there are any questions for you around the table. And I'm not seeing any.
Okay, great.
So we'll go first to the HMS management team. Steve Stows, I believe, is giving that report.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Great. I'm Stephen Stows. I am an economist in the Fisheries Resources Division at the Southwest Fisheries Science Center, and I'm also HMS Management Team Co-Chair. And I'll be reading from Supplemental HMS MT Report 1 under this agenda item. The team fulfilled the guidance in Attachment 2 under this agenda item to review the standardized bycatch reporting methodology provisions in the relevant sections of the HMS Fishery Management Plan. Section 6.3.1 of the plan describes the SBRM, and Appendix C discusses HMS fisheries in detail. When establishing or reviewing an SBRM, the Council must address the characteristics of bycatch, feasibility of proposed bycatch monitoring and reporting mechanisms, the level of uncertainty in bycatch estimates, and how the resulting information is used to assess the level of bycatch. The team took the approach of taking the guidance from Brett Weedoff quite literally. So if you look at the last page of the report, you'll see that we've filled out the table of information for all of the HMS fisheries. And then we provide some general comments in the next section, and also provide fishery-specific comments in the concluding section. So I'll go ahead and talk through the general comments from our SBRM review now. The SBRM in the plan is composed of various pre-existing requirements and additional methods that were authorized when the plan was initially adopted. Pre-existing logbook requirements established by the National Marine Fisheries Service and the Inter-American Tropical Tuna Commission, along with periodic recreational fishing surveys and port sampling, provide catch and bycatch information for all HMS fisheries. The plan authorizes observer programs for HMS fisheries in Section 6.2.3. Such programs were initially mandated at the time of FMP development for the longline, surface hook and line, small purse seine, and commercial passenger fishing vessel fisheries, in addition to existing observer programs mandated for the large mesh drift gillnet and pelagic longline fisheries under the Marine Mammal Protection Act and Endangered Species Act. The specifics of these programs are spelled out in the observer sampling plan prepared by NMFS pursuant to plan implementation. Section 6.2.2 of the plan requires all commercial vessels, including CPFV, to maintain and submit logbooks to NMFS. Taken together, these requirements constitute the required procedure or procedures that constitute the standardized reporting methodology for the fishery under 50 CFR 600-1610A. These elements of the SBRM address the purpose and scope articulated at 50 CFR 1600 to collect, record, and report bycatch data in a fishery that, in conjunction with other information, are used to assess the amount and type of bycatch occurring in the fishery. The team notes that while data and other relevant information to the SBRM are included in Appendix C, it is outdated and should be updated to inform potential impact to fish stocks as well as the effect of bycatch on the ecosystem. The HMS SAFE report could be revised to include annual updates on observer data as have been provided in the past. The team did not find information in the current plan to address the data uncertainty and data use portions of the SBRM criteria. The team is not sure these considerations are relevant for fisheries with little or no bycatch, such as harpoon or albacore surface hook and line. The cost of collecting and maintaining bycatch data does not seem justified if bycatch is minimal or non-existent, and data uncertainty and use are not relevant if no data are collected. And now I'll go on to talk about the fishery-specific components of the preliminary SBRM review. The team additionally offers the following fishery-specific comments regarding their preliminary review of HMS fisheries summarized in Table 1. The drift gillnet fishery has been covered by a NMFS observer program dating back to 1990, which documents catch counts and disposition for all species with observed DGN interactions. Appendix C, Section C.3.1 includes a list of specific finfish bycatch species that were observed caught in DGN, and also explicit tables showing observed counts and disposition of all species for the seasons from 1990-91 to 2001-2002. The harpoon fishery is mentioned specifically in Section 6.3 of the plan is assumed to have little, if any, bycatch due to the selective nature of the gear, and it implicitly falls into the scope of SBRM discussion in Plan Section 6.3.1. The private recreational boat fishery is not mentioned in Section 6.3.1 of the FMP. The bycatch reporting methods are, however, described within Appendix C in Section 6.3.8. The surface hook and line albacore fleet logbook data provides information on self-reported bycatch. However, observer coverage is limited, And this is described in Appendix C, Section C, 0.5.1.5. The mechanism for observer placement is covered under the FMP Section 6.2.3. So just for my last remark, we may have gone to the overkill level in filling out this table so completely, but I like the fact that it's a standardized reporting methodology, and you can see at a glance looking at the table that the bottom row and the right two columns are kind of different than the other ones. So I think there's some use in having a consistent reporting format. So that's my report, and I'll take any questions. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Steve. Questions for the team? I'm not seeing any hands. Thanks very much, Steve.
You're welcome.
Now we'll hear from the HMSAS. Dave Rudy.
Good afternoon, Council Chair and Chairman. Our report is very brief. Basically, we appreciate what the management team does. So basically, we received the report from Brett on the standard bycatch reporting methodology, and we suggest that the proposed activity determining the sufficiency and completion of this is best done by the management team. We look forward to the results in March. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. Any questions for the HMSAS? Thanks very much, Dave. The groundfish management team, Erica.
Yep, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Wonderful. Hi, my name is Erica Crust, and I'm with the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, and I'm here to read the Groundfish Management Team Report, Standardized Bycatch Reporting Methodology under Agenda Item C3. The Groundfish Management Team received an overview from Mr. Brett Wiedoff, Pacific Fisheries Management Council staff, reviewed the documents in the briefing book, and reviewed the Groundfish Fishery Management Plan. The summary of the final rule and criteria for consistency review document suggested that each advisory body examine their respective FMP, identify the fisheries that are subject to this review, then review the FMP to see if it meets each of the requirements. The GMT identified 4 fishery sectors: trawl, limited entry, fixed gear, open access, and recreational, and conducted a preliminary review of the FMP for each of those fisheries to see if the requirements are met. The results of the GMT's review are included in Table 1 with references to the applicable fishery management plan section, using the same format as Table 1 in Agenda Item C3, Attachment 2. The FMP meets all of the requirements for the 4 fishery sectors identified. While reviewing the FMP for this exercise, the GMT noted some sections appear to be out of date, such as the description of the state recreational estimation processes. These sections could be updated through a plan amendment to more clearly present the current standardized bycatch reporting methodologies that are required for fisheries managed under the FMP. Some details and examples that may need periodic updates could be removed from the FMP and included instead in other documents like the stock assessment and fishery evaluation document to better reflect evolving practices. The GMT does not have a recommendation on timeline for these changes and requests council guidance on when or if to prioritize this among the other groundfish workload items. Thank you, and I will be glad to take any questions.
Thank you, Erica. Are there any questions for Erica on the Groundfish Management Team report? Thank you, Erica.
Thank you.
All right, now we'll go to the CPS Management Team. Alan?
Yes, I'm here. And since we're all doing introductions so far today, I will say that I am Alan Sarich with the Quinault Indian Nation and the chair of the CPSMT for just a very brief while longer. And I'll be presenting CPSMT Report 1. We've received a briefing from Brett Wiedoff on the final rule for standardized bycatch reporting methodology that regional fishery management councils around the nation were asked to review to determine whether each FMP under the council purview conforms to the rule. The CPSMT completed a preliminary review of the CPS FMP and the Stock Assessment and Fishery Evaluation Report and filled out the table accordingly. Due to the general similarities in gear, fishing practices, and bycatch, reporting for CPS fisheries primarily falls within one fishing sector with some spatial separation. And then we attached our table that has one category.
All right, thanks very much, Alan. Are there any questions of the CPS management team? Thank you, Alan. And now we'll go to the salmon technical team. Dr. O'Farrell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be reading from agenda item C3A, STT report on standardized bycatch reporting methodology. The STT was briefed at their November 9th webinar by Council Staff Officer Brett Weedoff on the NMFS final rule requiring all fishery management plans to establish a standardized reporting methodology to assess the amount and type of bycatch occurring in its fisheries. Following this briefing, the STT reviewed the Pacific Coast Salmon FMP and other relevant annual documents such as a SAFE report and preseason reports 2 and 3 for consistency with the NMFS final rule. Table 1 below represents the STT's initial conclusions regarding the 6 review criteria provided in agenda item C3, attachment 2, as they relate to the Council commercial troll and recreational salmon fisheries. The STT looks forward to continued conversation with Council staff if necessary. That concludes my statement.
All right, thanks very much, Mike. Any questions for the salmon technical team?
Mr. Chair, this is Chuck. I have a question.
Please.
Thanks, Mike, for the report. And actually, thanks for all of the management team chairs and advisory sub-panel chairs that reported. Not sure why I got to pick on you, Mike, just because I like you so much, I guess. But the address data uncertainty seemed to be kind of a theme as to where there might be some deficiencies. And so we didn't hear a lot about how these categories were described, or but I was wondering if you could just tell us a little bit about maybe why you selected no under data uncertainty and what you think it might take, or maybe just an example of what it could take to bring the salmon FMP into compliance for one of those fisheries.
Well, thank you, Mr. Tracy. We answered no under this category for addressing data uncertainty simply because it's not addressed in the FMP currently. But that, based on our preliminary discussions on this, we feel like this can be addressed, if not in the FMP by plan amendment, but perhaps in the SAFE document. And we could seek to do that, in the future if necessary. But the answer no here is just because it isn't currently addressed in the FMP.
Okay, thanks.
All right, any other questions of the salmon technical team? Thanks, Mike. Well, that completes all of the reports we have for this agenda item, and I don't believe we have any public comment. So that will take us to our council action, and which is there on the screen, and Brett Weedoff has provided some suggested next steps, or at least a schedule for some next steps. So let's see what comments the council has, or if the council wants to have Brett come back and offer. I think there was a portion of your presentation that was pretty useful for this. But let's first see if there's any hands around the table. Or anything from Executive Director Tracy, since he can't raise his hand.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
Karin.
Karin, there you go.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, Karin.
I just wanted to say that it sounds like there's been a lot of work done by the teams and that things are progressing, and I think that's great. I do agree it would be nice to have Brett confirm that we've tidied things up, but from my perspective, it seems like a lot of progress is made, and look forward to additional steps on the timeline that he provided, which sounds like a reasonable timeline as well.
Thanks, Karin. I appreciate that. And I echo your comments. A lot of work has been done. And so let me just add, well, actually, Pete Hussamer has his hand raised. Pete.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And yeah, I appreciate the work the management teams put into this for their quick review. I think maybe it would be helpful. I'm looking at Brett's presentation, his review process, and the last thing he's got up there is on the 2021 year at a glance, sort of a June, September, November schedule. Maybe since we've heard the management team reports, he can go back and explain again how much work he thinks might be done. You know, we saw the deficiencies largely in data uncertainty and some of those areas. But before we get to it in workload planning, maybe refresh our thoughts or our knowledge on how much work this might really take so we can think about fitting it in.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea, Brett. And I'm looking at a slide in your presentation that talks about the review process, including next steps. So
sure, I can
help us out here.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair and Mr. Hessemer. Yeah, under the review process, I mean, I'm looking at page 4 of my presentation. What I'm seeing right now is we got a little bit of work to do to dig into what the ABs have presented to us. I don't know, I can't gauge how big of a heavy lift that would be between now and June, but I think we could work pretty quickly on assessing the deficiencies and see what kind of information is needed. And we can work internally, but also then reach out to the ABs to assess really what they are concerned about and start to pen out what needs to change. And I think we could come back with sort of a workload assessment of that in either the spring and give you a report, an info report that you could assess the workload for coming up to further scope this out in June. I can't gauge how much time you would need on the agenda at this point, but we would want to decide whether an FMP amendment is needed, or could we simply update documents that the FMP references that houses a lot of this information. So rather than doing an FMP amendment per se, which could shorten the process or reduce the workload, we would look to those documents that we reference and make changes there. Because some of those, like the pre-season 3 report, are done annually, the SAFE report's done annually. If we can continue to maintain those reports and house that necessary information that we're seeing as deficient, that might speed up the process and lessen the workload, at least for the council to take action and develop new language for an FMP amendment. If there's something that's missing, like let's say the HMSMT report says we need some information from the recreational side, we would have to go back and take a look at that and see really, is there a new methodology that needs to be developed, and work with the Science Center to do that and come up with a new plan to assess that information and develop a methodology. This final rule does guide you in developing those methodologies and gives you the criteria to do so. So that was probably the one that perked my ears up, that might take a little more time if that's needed to do an FMP amendment and include developing a methodology, working with the SSC and the Northwest Fisheries Science Center or the Southwest Fisheries Science Center. So at this point, that's kind of what I'm seeing on the table. I would get to work on this as soon as possible, of course, so that I could get a sense of that effort needed and possibly come back to you in March or April with a quick report as an info report, and then you could do some more workload planning to think about the future. For now, I'd probably leave scoping ROA and FPA where it's at, but that's just my thoughts on the next steps. I hope that helps.
Yeah, we may need to check in. Pete.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And just to follow up to that, thanks very much, Brett. That helped to kind of identify the workload. And from what you said and something in the STT report, maybe just clarification from them so we make sure we're going down the right pathway. There was discussion about maybe having some of these to avoid doing an FMP amendment, putting it in a safe document or some other document that the FMP references. And I guess the clarification from them is that consistent with the final rule that talks about the FMPs must contain this, or the requirements should be stated in the FMP. Does that allow the flexibility to have them reference other documents that might be updated annually?
Frank, do you have some guidance on that?
Yes, first a sound check. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Pete, thanks for the question. And if the final rule is actually quite extensive, and I believe, given my reading of the rule and some discussions I've had, that it does have that kind of flexibility. The final rule recognizes not only that there needs to be flexibility kind of between councils, but also within councils, each FMP is slightly different, for each council. So it does provide a lot of flexibility. Without oversimplifying it too much, basically the council needs to explain how they are meeting the requirements, and having things referenced in other documents is something that is discussed in the final rule in various places. And so I think that will be fine, but I think the way that Brett has outlined moving forward on this, he and I and other staff members can work together on this, and having that check-in in March or April, we could identify any issues that have come up that maybe having this kind of reference to another document, if it doesn't work in some particular circumstance, we could identify that and come back to you then.
All right, wonderful, thank you.
And thanks for that, Frank. Marcy Yaremko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe this is a follow-up question for Frank or for Brett, not sure who, but do you foresee that there's flexibility in proceeding between FMPs on different tracks and different mechanisms to accomplish the goal by the deadline? We talked a bit about the STT and heard that discussion about the use of a safe document. I'm guessing that CPS and HMS might also have potential there as well, but I'm just trying to really evaluate on Brett's review process, agendizing a June scoping, a September ROA, and a November FPA. Is that, I guess I have no concerns really with a placeholder, but would our goal be potentially to maybe not need that much work at the council level?
Brett.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Yaremko. I have thought about this and whether you'd want to package this as one omnibus FMP amendment or keep separate tracks. I think the former is a better route if at all possible. I wouldn't want to couple any FMP amendment with another action that the council is already considering, maybe under CPS or some other FMP amendment that's in the works. So I would like to package it all at one time to meet the end goal of finalizing things in November. That's my idea at this point. Like I said, my hope is it isn't a heavy lift, but I think it's a good idea to have a check-in to see if anything is going to go sideways, which I don't anticipate, and then we could decide if one train needs to go slower than the rest. I guess that's my feedback on that. I hope that answers your question, Ms. Rumko.
Mr. Chairman, may I add just one thing?
Of course.
Okay. And maybe to carry the analogy, one track could potentially go slower or faster, but it also can be different tracks. I thought that was part of your question. We don't have to align all of the FMPs to be exactly alike on this. So we can look at each separately and potentially have separate solutions for each FMP as long as they meet the overall requirements. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Karen, go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm left a bit confused because I thought the conversation was going towards using potentially alternative documents, and both the STT and the GMT, maybe the other teams suggested using other documents instead of an FMP amendment. Brett expressed an interest in having FMP amendments done all simultaneously, which seems to be an alternative to putting it in the SAFE documents or other supporting documents. And now Frank has just said that that's not necessary to meet the regulations. And so I wanted clarification. My understanding is that we do not need to have FMP amendments, that we could choose other pathways, and that the FMPs do not need to meet that requirement with the same toolbox or tool inside of the toolbox. Is that correct?
Mr.
Brett?
Chairman. Oh, actually, okay, go ahead, Brett. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Chair and Ms. Braby. Yes, you're correct. It doesn't have to all be amendments. That's part of the scoping that we would like to try to put on the table in June to provide the ideas of moving forward. And I think that's where we're starting to get into right now in sort of scoping out what's the best path forward for an FMP amendment, or just amending some supporting documents and then an amendment isn't needed for that FMP. So we don't want to get ahead of ourselves here in the conversation, but I think that's what I was trying to relay. If an omnibus amendment package is needed, that could be one of the ideas we put on the table as far as, okay, these three FMPs need to be amended. We're gonna package those and move those forward. Over here on these FMPs, we're just gonna update some documents that the FMP references, and there's no amendment needed. We just want to start dealing with that process over here. I hope that clarifies it.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
And Frank, do you have something to add?
No, I think Brett covered it pretty well.
All right, great. Thanks. So any further questions, discussion, comments? Chuck Tracy.
I found my hand.
Yeah, good for you.
Yeah, so I think we obviously need a little bit more discussion amongst staff here, but I think there's a fair amount of flexibility built into this process. So I think I guess I'm not too concerned about finding a way to come into compliance within the time frame. And again, whether that's as an omnibus process or an individual, I'm not too I think we can do that. Particularly, I think with the uncertainty issue, which is, it is the issue in CPS and salmon, and it is an issue in HMS. So, the HMS may, that may be, may take a little bit more consideration. But I think there's sufficient ways to address it. And I guess I would say that even if we do need to do something in an FMP amendment for something like salmon or CPS, where it's just the one issue, my guess is it would be pretty straightforward. It would be essentially a reporting requirement, and I don't think there would be any, significant biological or economic effects of that amendment. So I think the process could be very straightforward and streamlined relative to, a typical FMP amendment process. So that, I guess those are my thoughts. Thanks.
So do we need a check-in in the spring? I think Brett offered that, and it seems like that may be appropriate before we get to scoping in June. Did anyone disagree with having an updated check-in or some sort of having something on the agenda in either March or April? I don't know, those are busy months, but Frank Lockhart.
One suggestion to that, so that you don't have to schedule an agenda item. Brett talked about an informational report. That informational report could come under future agenda planning, and basically just say, here's the results. We believe we'll need, blank hours for each, of these agenda items in June, September, and November. So that could be the check-in without scheduling a whole new agenda item. It would just be under future agenda item in the form of an informational report.
Okay, well, that would seem to work, and we can certainly wrap that up tomorrow on our last agenda item, but just wanted to see what the flavor of the council was. Anything else from the council on this agenda item? Brett? Please tell me how we're doing here.
I think we're in a good position. You've got a sense of the workload that's before you, a little bit of a sense. Like I said, we can come back if needed with an info report in March or April. I would like to hear maybe under workload planning tomorrow to confirm that, thinking about your schedule, and then we'll think about as well, continue scoping in June and September and November. I think that would be appropriate.
Frank, did you have something further?
No, sorry, I forgot to lower my hand. I'll do that now.
All right. Well, I think that wraps up this agenda item. Thanks, everyone. A lot of good work's been done. There's more work to go. So, with C3 concluded, we will go to C4, legislative matters, and I will call on Jennifer Gilbin to get us started.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. Looking at agenda item C4, the Legislative Committee met on Thursday of last week to review bills proposed in the 116th Congress, including the Ocean-Based Climate Solutions Act and California Governor Newsom's recent executive order N8220. I'll go through the reference materials. Attachment 1 is the staff summary of federal legislation. Attachment 2 is the Ocean-Based Climate Solutions Act. Attachment 3 is the staff summary of the Ocean-Based Climate Solutions Act. Attachment 4 is California Governor Newsom's executive order. And supplemental attachment 5 is a staff presentation to the Legislative Committee on the Ocean-Based Climate Solutions Act. Let's see, we have the Legislative Committee report, C4A, supplemental report 1, and we will also have a supplemental HMSAS report and a supplemental GAP report. So if you like, I can go ahead and read that report of the Legislative Committee.
Yeah, take a deep breath because it's a long report.
Right. Okay. Agenda item C4A, Supplemental LC Report 1. The Legislative Committee met on Thursday, November 12th, 2020. The entire committee was in attendance. The LC first heard a staff review of recent federal legislation, Attachment 1, including a detailed presentation on the Ocean-Based Climate Solutions Act, Attachments 2 and 3. This extensive bill could have far-reaching consequences for fishery management. A hearing on the bill was to be held, or was held, on Tuesday, November 17th. A recording is available online, and there's a URL included in the report there. The Council has not received a request for comment, and it is likely the bill will be reintroduced with changes during the next congressional session. It is also possible that elements of the bill will be issued as executive orders under the Biden administration. The LC will continue to keep a close watch on the bill. Future meetings. The LC recommends meeting in March 2021 and tentatively in April 2021. And that's the end of that report.
Thanks very much, Jennifer. Are there any questions of Jennifer either on the overview or of the Legislative Committee report? All right, thank you very much, Jennifer. So we have two advisory body reports. We'll first hear from HMSAS, Mike Conroy.
Good afternoon. Confirming you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Perfect. And once again, I apologize in advance for my spotty internet. I'll try to get through this as quickly as possible. Representatives from the HMSAS attended the Ledge Committee meeting on Thursday, November 12th. We very much appreciate the thorough presentation given by Jennifer Gilden on the Ocean-Based Climate Solutions Act. The AS is very concerned about the potential impacts of the Act on our abilities to harvest seafood. As Section 401(1) of the Act states, American wild-caught seafood is integral to the nation's food supply and to American food security. It is difficult to reconcile this statement supporting our activities with the Act's other titles, which would greatly hinder our ability to provide American wild-caught seafood. We agree that this legislation will not move during the 116th Congress. We hope the authors and sponsors would engage with the fishing industry as it prepares to reintroduce this act in the next Congress. We are also mindful that the incoming administration may be considering an executive order implementing some of the Act's titles, in particular Title II MPAs. If the Council is asked to weigh in on any potential executive order, we would hope you would question any language which would subvert the purpose of MSA. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mike. Any questions of Mike on the HMSAS report? All right, thanks, Mike. We'll next hear from the GAP, Sarah Nayani.
Excuse me, Vice Chair. I'm not sure Sarah logged in, so I could read it if needed. This is Brett Weedoff.
Yeah, I see your hand up there, Brett. Well, if why don't you go ahead? Because if Sarah were here, we would hear her, and we don't.
Okay, I'll do that. Reading agenda item C4B, Groundfish Subpanel Report on Legislative Matters. The Groundfish Advisory Panel received an overview of current legislative issues from Ms. Jennifer Gilden, Pacific Fishery Management Council staff, reviewed the documents under this agenda item, and offers the following comments. The GAP understands the Ocean-Based Climate Solutions Act, H.R. 8632, will not pass in this congressional session, but another version of it will be introduced in the next session. GAP members identified several concerns with sections related to marine protected areas, wind energy, marine mammals, and more. Costs to support the bill would be high, and government funding right now is questionable. As we understand it, the proposed bill had little fishing and seafood industry involvement during development. To not include the impacted stakeholders is counterintuitive and generally creates unanticipated problems, while buy-in from stakeholders is reduced. There are likely some components of the 350-page plus document bill with the seafood industry could support, but the way this bill was developed and introduced is problematic. The fishing and seafood industry contributes low carbon footprint protein to the nation and must be at the table from the start to develop new ocean-based climate solutions to mitigate the climate crisis. While the Council has not been asked to weigh in on H.R. 8632 as of yet, the GAP believes it is important for Council members and staff to recognize this far-reaching legislation as written would be damaging to the West Coast fisheries and the communities that depend on them. Further, The legislation as currently written and introduced undermines the stakeholder-driven, transparent council process. This kind of process should be avoided in the next iteration of the bill. And that concludes the statement.
Thanks very much, Brett. I don't know if you would be able to answer any questions on the GAP report, but I'll ask anyway, see if there are any questions. All right, thanks, Brett, for pinch hitting there. So what do I have in the way of public comment? Mike Conroy. So hopefully you didn't go too far away, Mike.
No, I'm still here. Long time no talk. Thanks again, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to comment on this. Mike Conroy, Executive Director of the Pacific Coast Federation of Fishermen's Associations. Read the comment letter that we submitted. I want to start out by expressing our sincere appreciation from the hard work that Jennifer has done in summarizing a lengthy and complex piece of legislation, the Ocean-Based Climate Solutions Act. Some of the Act's provisions could benefit U.S. fisheries, but many others which would have the exact opposite effect. Examples of the latter include Title III, Offshore Energy, Title VIII, Strengthening Marine Mammal Conservation, and Title II, MPAs. As such, it is difficult to reconcile the Act with itself. This past Tuesday, November 17th, the House Natural Resources Committee held a hearing on H.R. 8632. On November 16th, over 800 seafood industry members submitted a letter, wrote to oppose Title II of the Act. Many members of the Council's family are signatories to this letter. On that same day, Linda Bankin and I had an op-ed published in The Hill, which concludes by claiming ocean-based climate solutions cannot be achieved without including the people who work there. It is acknowledged this act will go nowhere in this Congress. There's increasing chatter that an executive order has already been drafted, which will address the Title II language. We encourage you and everyone in the Council family to remain vigilant and engage. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Any questions for Mike? Thank you, Mike. So that concludes all the reports and public comment. Brings us to council discussion, which is to consider the report and recommendations. There were no recommendations. We were not asked for any comment, but obviously there is some legislation on the horizon that we will need to be mindful of. Louis Zim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know you've been parties to discussions in the CCC on this, and I wonder if the CCC is writing a letter or what their involvement is in that.
Well, I can tell you that the CCC was not aware of this in general at our last meeting in September. I brought it up at the meeting in September, and a copy of it was distributed to members of the CCC thereafter. So there has been no discussion at the CCC. There's been no meeting of the CCC Legislative Committee to discuss this. But when and if that happens, of course, I'll do my best to keep the council apprised.
Greatly appreciate that, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry for my voice a little rattly today. I really wanted to thank Jennifer, Legislative Committee, for all the hard work she did to summarize this bill, and just for information, the job she did summarizing sure helps navigate that 360-page plus report. And I just wanted to acknowledge that. I think this whole, particularly in Title II, that's been addressed by the letters that Mike referenced, and industry widely supports nationwide, that we're kind of left in the dark here. They're going. That seems like they're not. The authors of this bill are not very interested in Councilor Magnuson support, and I think that's really problematic. I guess a lot of the components of this that they're speaking about, particularly in their 30 by 30 conversation, seems to be a lot of the things that we're dealing with on a daily basis in this council process, and doing it very well and have a long established record. So it's puzzling to me that they would not come to us and embrace the fact that we actually support a lot of their goals. In other places in this document, there are things that we would support, but I'm really worried that we're being left out. So I would, the question I have, I guess, in to whoever can answer it, I guess we really can't engage on this unless we're invited to comment, I guess, and that's the question. But the comment on that is that they're not looking to us anyhow for any comment. Are we going to be asked to comment on it? So how do we navigate that? So I'd leave that question there, but I sure support the council being involved in this and having keeping a watchful eye. And I appreciate all the industry folks that are doing that and being proactive. So I'd like to thank Mike for that as well. So anyhow, I'll leave it there.
All right, Bob, I can tell you that we were expecting a request for comment from Senator Cantwell, but I think that a lot of other things happening in the world of politics at the same time, so that request did not come in. Heather Hall, followed by Louis Zim.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to let the council know that our agency did get a request to comment on the bill. So we'll be reviewing it and providing comments. There was just I think the first meeting this morning with staff from all of our programs to talk about that. But Corey and I can keep the council posted on how that goes and our comments going forward.
Heather, was that a request from a federal office holder or not?
I am not sure.
Okay, that's okay. I was just curious.
Okay.
All right, Louis Zim, followed by Dave Hansen.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. When I pull back to the staff summary of Ocean Climate Solutions Act discussion draft, attachment 3, I do note that this bill incorporates many separate bills that were introduced during the 116th by people that we're fairly familiar with and have been supportive and have reached out to the fisheries community. Of course, Jared Huffman, Mr. Chair, and I knew that you took part, and so did Bob and I in discussions with him. So I'm hoping that through some of these people that maybe we can make some impact. Thank you.
Dave Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is correct that the council needs a request to be able to respond, but that prohibition doesn't extend into individual council members adding their input. The other thing is, I think the legislative committee was unanimous in commending Jennifer for an excellent job in sorting through a huge bill so that we can focus on the sections we want to and don't have to wade through the whole thing quite as much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Karin?
Thank you. Dave's question or a comment just raised a different question, which is whether the same requirement applies to the CCC. Does the CCC need to receive a request to comment in order to provide comments to Congress?
I would think so, but I'll let Dave answer that question.
I think that's a question for an OGC, actually. Thank you.
Heather Hall, followed by Chuck Tracy.
Thanks, Chair Grelnick. I just wanted to follow up on your question to me that the request to comment came from our congressional delegation.
Okay. Well, maybe they care what we think about it as well. Just saying. Dave, your hand is still up.
I'll put it down.
All right, Chuck Tracy.
Yeah, just in regards to Dave's question about the CCC, they are bound by the same rules as council, so request is needed.
And Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes.
So I appreciate where Mr. Dooley was taking us and thinking through how we as a council can best leverage a discussion on this. I think that's what we're collectively agreeing on, that we would like more ability to comment, more discussion about the provisions in an act that might get reintroduced and how do we achieve that. So I've heard today individual council members taking this issue to congressional members or other individuals who might work to get a request to comment to our council or to the CCC. That's something that is up to each individual council member and is a way to kind of generate that. That's just a thought there. I expect that we're going to have a lot of time as a council to respond to any reintroduction, because this is such a complex and large piece of legislation. It's going to take time not only to reintroduce it, but then to work through it once it's reintroduced. So that gives me some comfort that we can make a good case through those variety of networks to have the council more involved in commenting on the provisions here, and possibly be involved in solutions to some of the problems we see. That's all.
All right. Thanks, Karen. And I don't think we're going to have any difficulty getting a request from, as I said earlier, we were supposed to have received one already. Bob Dooley, followed by Phil Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to add that, as this goes forward, I think it's important that we're proactive in this because we know it's coming. And I think it's important the council continue to point out the past and current work on these types of protections that they're laying out, and creating a parallel process isn't exactly helpful and detracts from the good work we're already doing. The Pacific Council, we have a long and outstanding track record of protecting sensitive habitat while still allowing our fishing businesses to still thrive and provide sustainable seafood to consumers. I think it needs to be acknowledged in any of these kind of protected area conversations, particularly in that we're not excluded from the room. We are the people. We're the frontline defense on this. So I know I kind of beaten a dead horse here a little bit. I think there's a lot of agreement, but I think we definitely have to look at this and make sure we're proactively making the points that we need to make. So thank you.
Phil?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'm just thinking out loud here a bit that it might be good for us to get started on a draft response, given how comprehensive the bill is and the number of elements we may want to offer some comments on. That maybe getting started on that draft might be time well spent, because you just never know when you might get a request.
Well, I can see the efficiency there, but I'm concerned that we'd be undertaking a task for which we've not yet received a request, although we expect one to come. Also, the bill may change in the next Congress. We don't know how, but it's expected to change somewhat. But it's a good idea. Louis Zim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Phil, for that input, that idea to really get the gears working in those folks' heads that can really do this kind of work. I really appreciate you pushing to get things going, because from what it sounds like in the discussion, it sounds like a request might be imminent and it might be well before we get to meet again. So thank you.
So Phil has made a good suggestion about starting a draft to respond to requests that we expect but have not yet received. I don't know if folks have had an opportunity to review the draft legislation, but it's not entirely dissimilar to the AB 3030, the California state legislation that has previously been discussed by the council. And I think the sense I'm getting is that we at the council have done, we've been very proactive in protecting habitats and stocks, and that those measures need to be taken into consideration, fully taken into consideration. And if they were, I guess, we don't believe there's much, if any, opportunity needs to be reduced. Jennifer, can I ask you a question?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So there's Phyllis suggested, and I haven't heard any objection to it, that perhaps it would be sensible to start on a draft in anticipation of that request coming in, so that we could respond more quickly, since it is a rather comprehensive bill. What would you need from us in order to provide you with sufficient direction to get started on a draft?
Well, Mr. Chairman, members of the council, I think I probably do have enough direction, honestly. The council has written a number of letters on issues that are that overlap with this bill, and I think that we could probably start putting together an outline and just stay light on our feet in case something new comes in. Yeah, I think that is doable.
So you think you can get started on an outline, and then once we have a very specific request, that could be fleshed out more quickly than if we started from scratch?
Yeah, yes.
Marcy Remco?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I like the idea of an outline better than the idea of actually putting full text behind the idea. Just I'm thinking about the discussion under public comment and the mention that Mike Conroy brought to us about the prospect of executive orders that may take pieces of this bill, and that would get out in front, and obviously then we wouldn't be commenting on legislation. So I would just hate to see a huge amount of work be invested in a draft letter until we're a little more clear on the content. But I can get behind the idea of an outline for sure.
Right. And I would not be surprised that we would receive a request for comment in the near term. And since any new legislation next year, while it may be different, will probably address many of the same issues, that outline probably could be moved forward. So is that acceptable to folks around the table, that we task council staff with putting together an outline? Chuck Tracy?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think that's, well, I wasn't intending to answer your question directly, but I think I will. I think that's an appropriate job for staff to do. I guess I would note that that it is the responsibility of the committee to put their thoughts down on this, and while council staff is there to assist, I guess I would be, especially with a bill of this nature as that it. I guess I would not be looking for council staff to draft a letter at any point really without substantial assistance from the committee itself. So I guess, if it's a divide and conquer sort of approach or whatever, I guess I would just ask that the committee keep that in mind as we're thinking about further developing these ideas. But I think in terms of, developing an outline and identifying points that need to be addressed, and for that matter, even digging through old reports that or old letters that may have relevant council positions on them. I think that's fine for council staff. Thanks.
Yeah, the committee will not meet again until March, but it's an awfully big piece to bite off. Should we receive a request to have something put together in March without having something from which the committee can start. So I agree that it's the job of the committee to do this drafting, but having staff put a outline together with perhaps some references will help the committee get its job done in March, presuming we got our request, which I think is pretty likely. Chuck?
Yeah, thanks. So again, timing's everything on this, and so, we don't know when we might get a request for comments and what the deadline might be that would be associated with that request. If it's for this Congress and somebody actually wants something before this Congress adjourns, then that's a different animal than if it comes after, later after the bill's been reintroduced or after if it's changed its status. So, but so that being said, I guess I would just point out that the committee's not scheduled to meet until the March council meeting, but again, depending on the timing, the committee would be subject to notice, but it could meet in the interim if necessary to help put this together. So it would have to abide by the 23-day Federal Register notice timeline. So it takes a good 3 or 4 weeks to set up a meeting, but if it needs to be done before March, it could be.
Well, the committee could do its work, but it would still need, it's the council that sends the letter. So would we have to rely upon the quick response for that, or how would the council weigh in on the recommendations of the committee?
Yeah, if the letter needed to come out before the council met, yes, we would have to rely on the quick response.
All right, thanks. Bob Dooley?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. In conversations I've had with different industry folks, there's a really strong likelihood that this may come out in an executive order, particularly if there's a thought that the majority in the House and in the Senate is too tight or hasn't changed. So I think with that possibility, it'd be nice to keep our ear to the ground anyhow and understand the potential for that. It seems likely, and I don't know how we, other than making comments earlier than that could happen, get our point across. So I know it's being well stated nationwide by many industries, but I don't know that the councils are doing that, and I think it's important that we do. And if we get a request, it seems like we may want to be proactive with that because of the January inauguration and such, and that executive order I've heard may come out as soon as 10 days after that. So that's what I'm hearing. So I think we need to at least have some thought or discussion here of how to react or how to be proactive to that, because obviously once the order comes out, it's done, and then we're playing catch up. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. Well, I appreciate the need to be proactive, but we don't have a request yet. We're not prepared to write a letter, although we have provided some instructions to staff. Legislative committee could be recalled, but would need to abide by the Federal Register notice requirement. So there is a limit to how proactive we can be here without a request and without a meeting scheduled until March, at least at the moment. But within those constraints, I think that we should be proactive. Brad Pettinger?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, for an executive order, there's not much you can do about that. I mean, if the administration isn't asking for input, it'll be too late after it's issued. I'm sure we'll have a letter or we'll have a request for council feedback at some point in time here, and I think we got to prepare for that because obviously that'll mean we go to the Congress and the folks who will push back on any draconian efforts here would certainly would use, and I think that I would hope it would help in the argument to kind of to push back on what the folks are trying to do here. So I would say we'll just plan on it happening and do what we can and get it in place best we can and go from there.
Corinne?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I lowered my hand because I thought that it's all being said, but I just wanted to weigh in one more time and express support for taking extraordinary measures to respond to any request for comment by the council, which could include the 23-day notice and convening of the LC and drafting a letter through rapid response. I think it would be very worth our time and extra effort to do that, given the opportunity. So, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Karen. Karen, I think that's a good idea. Brad, do you have your hand up? Do you have another country? Okay, Virgil Moore. Virgil, you're muted.
How's that? Better? Sorry about
that. Much better.
I'm sitting here talking to my computer. I appreciate
we've lost you. Your audio's coming and going.
Let me try a little slower, talking closer. Is that coming through better?
Yeah.
Okay. My short response is I think it is appropriate for staff to put an outline together that we can use for whatever comes up in the future. We discussed this at the legislative committee, and an outline of the items that as individuals we may need to be prepared to answer questions if they come up would be something then we could use to move quickly on if there was a collective response needed. But in the meantime, we each have this depending on how things develop with the new administration and or new legislation that may come up.
All right, thank you, Virgil. Let me offer a suggestion here. I think we've already have some agreement on a task for council staff, but I think the question arises, how do we respond as quickly as possible? And so what I would suggest is if we receive a request for comment, that we move with dispatch, just at least to put in a notice in the Federal Register for a legislative committee meeting. And there may take some consultation with the chair of the committee as well as the members to find a suitable day and time for that. But let's get that scheduled straight up. And then, we'll be in a position to respond as quickly as possible. The legislative committee can then meet can provide recommendations, perhaps come up with a draft letter for council consideration, and then that could be moved out. And I would suggest that even if that is addressed to current legislation, that will be a nullity really at the conclusion of this Congress, because any new legislation or prospective executive order may be substantially similar, that our comment would still be relevant in 2021. Does that seem like a reasonable way to go here? Louis Zim?
Yes, Mr. Chair, that does seem like a very reasonable way to go, because we really don't know if you're going to have to make the comment in 20 or 21. And I much appreciate your wisdom in this matter. Thank you.
Virgil, followed by Bob. You're muted, Virgil.
I agree with you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for that direction.
Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too agree. I think it's a very good plan.
All right. All right. Let's see. I see no further hands. Let's make a last call for any discussion on this agenda item. Any comments, anything else from around the table? Okay, I will turn back to Jennifer to confirm that we have done our business here under agenda item C4.
All right, Mr. Chairman, yes. The plan is that if we receive a request, we will move quickly to schedule a legislative committee meeting. In the meanwhile, I'll put together some kind of outline for a potential letter, and we'll move from there. So yes, thank you. This completes.
All right, thanks everyone for your help there. We have a couple of other items on the agenda for today. The next will be fiscal matters. And for that, I will turn to Patricia Kraus.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Patricia. The Council's Budget Committee met on Wednesday, November 4th at 1 p.m. to discuss budget issues as outlined in the agenda, which is Supplement Attachment 1. The report is in the record, and Supplemental Attachment 2 is kind of reflected in the report as well. So, and your action today is to consider the Budget Committee report and recommendations.
Right. Any questions before we go to the chair of the committee, Pete? Not seeing any hands, Pete?
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Then I would like to ask Patricia to read the Budget Committee report into the record.
Right back to you, Patricia.
Thank you. Agenda item C5A, Supplemental BC Report 1, November 2020. The Council's Budget Committee met via webinar on Wednesday, November 3rd to receive an update on 2020-2024 Cooperative Agreement funding, status of remaining funds from the 2015-2019 grant, and to consider a 2021 provisional budget. The members present were attached on the report. National Marine Fisheries Service West Coast Region Sustainable Fisheries Division Budget Update. Ms. Ames gave the NMFS budget update. The continuing resolution is set to expire on December 11th, and the fiscal year 21 appropriation bills are pending resolution between the House bill, which has been released, and on the Senate bill, which has not been released. West Coast Region has been evaluating budget scenarios and is unlikely that staffing levels will appreciably change during fiscal year 21. Headquarters has opened the request for proposal process to the regions for Magnuson-Stevens Act and CAT share projects. These RFP projects are currently being identified and prioritized within the scope of council priorities as identified on the year at a glance. Identified priorities are due to be submitted to headquarters on November 20th. Executive Director's Report. Mr. Chuck Tracy presented the status of expenditures through September for the combined 2020 operational budget. There is an expected surplus of $2.8 million primarily due to COVID impacts on workload capacity or no-cost extension projects that were put on hold during April and June. Of the expected surplus, approximately $1.2 million has been requested in a second extension to the 2015-2019 grant. This second extension is a result of the Office of Management and Budget and National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration Grants Division guidance relating to COVID-based extensions. The surplus from a second 2015-2019 extension, if approved, and the remainder of 2020 funds will be available for use during 2021. Mr. Tracy presented 2 provisional budget alternatives for 2021 as requested by the Council. Budgets represented holding 3 in-person council meetings, 2 council coordinating committee meetings, with Pacific Council hosting the October 2021 meeting, and additional contractors to work on identified extension projects, regional fishery management organizations, and outreach as identified at the September BC meeting. The 2 provisional budgets alternatives identified 2 different funding levels for 2021 liaison contracts, the first being status quo as outlined in the grant application for 2021, and the second as proposed by the Council to maintain funding at the 2020 combined 2020 and no-cost extension budget level. Depending on the amount of appropriated funds received in 2021, and if approval is given for the second extension, the delayed spending account balance at the end of 2021 is projected to be in the range of $1.2 million to $2.6 million. The BC discussed the status liaison contracts and the reasoning behind the increase in 2020 associated with increased workload to complete the no-cost extension projects. There was support for keeping the funding at that level in 2021 as the reasoning is still valid. Mr. Tracy discussed the likelihood of the grant extension being approved due to COVID and encouragement from NMFS headquarters to submit the request during the CCC discussions. The BC discussed potential priorities for NMFS RFP projects, including continuing work on moving the Emily Platte and Midwater Trawl exempted fishing permits into regulations and identifying the non-trawl rockfish conservation area boundaries. Ms. Ames noted that the fixed gear logbook issue could be moved forward, although the timeline is still in development. Mr. Tracy asked if NMFS could provide an updated list of potential RFP projects under agenda item C2 or under this agenda item. The BC discussed future meetings and identified a tentative meeting in conjunction with the April Council meeting pending an update under the March Executive Director's report on any changes to anticipated funding due to the no-cost extension request, fiscal year 21 appropriations, and the NMFS fiscal year 21 spend plan, such that the time was appropriate to move forward with adopting 2021 Council operational budget. Budget Committee recommendations. 1, Council approved the provisional budget of $5,006,455 for use beginning January 1, including the amounts for no-cost extension projects. Recommend a tentative April 2021 BC meeting to discuss the no-cost extension application, fiscal year 21 appropriations, and a 2021 operational budget. With that, that completes the reports.
All right, thank you very much, Patricia. Anything else from you, Pete?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. No, nothing from me at this time.
All right. Well, that's the only report. Let me check our public comments. I don't think we have any public comments, do we?
No.
No public comments. So that takes us to our council action, is to consider the report and recommendations. So I will look for questions, comments, or a motion in that order. But if we don't have any questions or comments, I would welcome a motion. Louis Zim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I wouldn't presume to have a motion for you. However, I did want to comment on the second to last paragraph that is not in bold in the presentation. And I wanted to support continuing work on moving Emily Platte and the Midwater Trawl exempted fishing permits the regulations. And of course, I have particular interests, and I know California has particular interests in modifying the non-trawl rockfish conservation area boundaries. So I just want to give a shout out for that and applaud that mention. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Louis. Mr. Hassemer.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Got unmuted there. Well, if nobody else has any questions or discussion, I'd be happy to make a motion.
Please.
All right. I move the council approve the recommendations of the Budget Committee as shown in Agenda Item C5A, Supplemental Budget Committee Report 1.
I have to unmute myself, it turns out. So is the language on the screen accurate and complete, Pete?
Yes, it is.
And I'm looking for a second. And I see Marcy Remco's hand up. So I'm going to presume that's to be a second. Please speak to your motion as necessary.
I don't think it's necessary. I thank the Budget Committee for their work on this and discussing all the budget implications of extensions of prior grants and COVID impacts and so forth. So that's it. Thanks.
All right. Thanks, Pete. Let's see if there are any discussion or questions. Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to speak in support of this motion and support the work of and recommendations of the Budget Committee in recommending a second year of increased funds to the liaison contracts for work that is higher volume and continuing on at a quick pace for state agencies in response to the pandemic, and having that extra amount for fiscal or for 2021 will aid us in accomplishing all of the council's objectives for the year. So appreciate everyone's support on that piece of it.
Great, thanks, Marcy. Any discussion on this motion? Not seeing any hands, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thanks, Patricia, and thanks, Pete. I think that should wrap up this agenda item. Let me just check. Ryan Wolf.
Thank you, Chair. And sorry, I didn't get my hand up quicker before the motion, although it's not relevant to the Budget Committee recommendations. But I did want to note in the report, it mentions having NMFS provide an update under this agenda item regarding the headquarters request for proposals for both catch shares and the Magnuson Act funds. So if I can ask your indulgence for a minute, I do have a brief update there.
Please.
Okay, so that's due tomorrow, at least for the regions and centers to be submitting these. So we've been working with our Southwest Center, Northwest Center, and of course, regional colleagues on this. We'll be putting forward a few proposals. Again, I'll read a few of them out here, but in general, we only usually get 1 to 3 projects for each proposal funded per region and center kind of pair. So while I'm reading off all the proposals, that does not mean we anticipate all of these being funded. For catch shares, we are trying to seek funding for transitioning the paper trawl permitting process to fully online. That was a rude awakening for us during this pandemic, and the challenges and restrictions on us going into our offices for site visits created some significant challenges with the paper permitting process. So we are trying to complete that transition, and we'll be communicating that, of course, as we did this year, out to the public and industry as well. So this is to facilitate that. And we have a couple economic proposals also on the care chair side. One, to help incorporate economics into the Sablefish MSC process, and as well as another proposal to analyze the economic performance of quota share owners in advance of the 2022 trawl catch share review. For the Magnuson Act proposals, we will be seeking funding to help get our permitting systems updated, both the national permit system for deep set buoy gear and our West Coast permitting system for Pacific halibut, in anticipation of both the halibut transition as well as buoy gear authorization. There's some modeling and spatiotemporal prey fields work to support EBFM in the California current. We talked about this last year. This is the second year of that proposal, the second year of that 2-year proposal. There is also a proposal for developing spatial data and site choice models to support economic impact analysis for offshore energy, wind, and aquaculture siting along the West Coast. And then finally, I'll note this one because I think it's really interesting. It's a multi-region proposal, so it's not necessarily our submission, although we will be stating our intent or support for it. It's a multi-region proposal to establish a methodology and sampling framework to collect benchmark data on direct marketing practices and wild-caught fisheries in the U.S. to start us down a path to hopefully get some information and help facilitate if there's anything that we can be doing to help support issues on the marketing side. Again, it's incredibly competitive across the country. We'll see what happens, but these are the range of proposals we'll be submitting tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan, for that update. Any questions for Ryan? Okay. Is there anything further under this agenda item? I'm not seeing any hands. So Patricia, let me just turn back to you and make sure you've got what you need.
I have what I need to start the year for the budget. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. That concludes agenda item C5. It takes us to our last item for the day, C6, which is scheduled for 2 hours to approve the council meeting record. That is, I had that up, my reference to that earlier in the briefing book, but that was provided in the advanced briefing book. And let me see if there are anyone has any corrections to the meeting record. And if not, I would entertain a motion to approve the meeting record for the September meeting. Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to see if Sandra read my mind and has a motion to put on the screen. And if she doesn't, I'll make one up. There it is. I move the council approve the September 2020 meeting record as shown in agenda item C6, attachment 1, draft council meeting record, 256th session of the Pacific Fishery Management Council, September 8th through the 18th of 2020.
Phil, thank you for the motion. Is the language on the screen accurate and complete?
Yes, it is.
All right, so this is where I ask for a second, and I always take the first hand that I see, and that's Heather Hall with a second. Please speak to your motion as necessary.
Don't believe it's necessary. Thank you to staff for all their great work in pulling these minutes together, or this meeting record together for our review.
All right. And let me just double check, make sure, see if there's any discussion on this, which I doubt. And I'm not seeing any hands, so I will call the question. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Abstentions? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Phil, for the motion. That took a lot less than 2 hours.
Sandra.
All right. Well, I think that concludes our business for the day, but we can't be dismissed until we check in with Executive Director Chuck Tracy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, good job again today. We've got day last ahead of us with membership appointments and future council meeting agenda workload planning tomorrow for about half a day. So I would note that before too long, the workload planning documents will be available. So you can have a look at those this afternoon or this evening and be prepared to discuss them first thing tomorrow. That's all I've got.
All right, thanks, Chuck. Well, unless I see a hand go up because someone has something to say, I will wish everyone a good afternoon and evening and look forward to seeing you all tomorrow for day last.